Login expired? What do you mean login expired? That's not what I want to start the stream with. Love opening the window in the front thing. Try adding my account again. Guess I'll remove and then add my account. Bam. There we go. I have the chat again. How are you doing, VOD viewer? Sorry for ignoring you in favor of setting everything up correctly. How are we doing on this wonderful day? I'm not available. You're here extremely early, but I appreciate that. How are you doing? Sorry for the later start. I made the mistake of eating gyros, and what was presented to me was a like 500 grams of minced meat, and then fries, and then essentially nothing else. And it turns out your stomach doesn't like that. Not really the most well-rounded meal you can have. Relaxing workday, but had to buy some new hiking shoes, which was annoying. Very fair. I should probably buy. I have zero shoes. They're like half barefoot shoes, but not really. They're like wannabe barefoot shoes. Let's see, I think I have. Whoa, that's a no-no. You don't close the tab by showing me a fucking 15% discount code. I do think I have the Priya ones. I think these are the ones I do have. No, they're not. This is the one I have. I bought these. And the thing is, the sole isn't that big in it, which is part of the point. But I've never had, like, even though I've had running shoes, they've never been good for my feet. Like, I hurt my feet less now than I ever have before. But I still wonder if I should get something better for my feet. I don't know. I have, I should probably go to, like, what's it called? Orthopedist? Is that it? Orthopedist, I did get it. Nice. Which, wait, no, that's eyes. What the fuck is... Wait, I have it wrong. What's feet? Foot doctor. Profession name. Podiatrist, okay. I need to go to a podiatrist. I do long distance running, so for that I need thick shoes, using the Nike Invincible Run at the moment. Yeah, I mean, that makes perfect sense. I have, like, I went to a podiatrist 5 years ago or something like that, and they said, like, you walk wrong. We'll give you inlays that change how you walk. And I wore those and updated them, like, 2 times, and it did nothing. Apparently, I walk better now, but that didn't fix the core problem. I have, like, I get, like, a swelling in the bridge of the foot. Foot arch. Like, the cuboid here. Let me see, which exactly is it? No, it's on the opposite. This here, this little area, if you can see where I have the mouse, I get a really fucking big swelling on one of my feet, like, constantly. Like, it's not just visible, it's... I can put the foot to the side and do, like, a side shot of it, and it'll stick out, like, massively. And it'll be really... It doesn't necessarily hurt on its own. It'll be really, what's it called? Inflamed if I touch it. But when I walk, I don't necessarily feel it. But then, every now and then, I'll walk, and it'll be like a nuke went off here. And then I'll have pain for, like, 40 minutes. And I've had this for my entire life, basically. I've had this for so long. And I went and got it checked out, and they're like, no, that's not real. You just walk wrong. And I'm like, okay. So I think I'm gonna go to a different podiatrist now that I've done that for a couple of years. Like, I can, even though it's not that bad right now, it's still visible. And if I drag my finger on it, it's like way firmer than anything else. It's so weird. I really dislike it. I mean, I dislike it. I'm really worried about it, is a better term for it. So yeah, I might be dying. You know, it is what it is. I do the walking when I have to. That's real. I respect that. Is this... This could be Assassin's Creed. How the fuck did I guess the right one? Have you tried walking toe heel instead of heel toe? Yes. I actually do that. Whenever I feel the pain start to set in, I switch to doing heel toe. Or toe heel instead of heel toe. Because it like mitigates it temporarily, but it doesn't work long term. I get the same pain if I walk like the same way for a period of time, regardless of what type of walking I do. I've been having pains in the outer part of my right thigh after I had the 8 mountain hike a month ago, so I'm probably dying too. Yeah. I mean... rather die than be sedentary forever and do nothing. You know, you gotta live your life, at least a little bit. I've had a productive day. Or it's like continuation of yesterday. I found an article, rather... I saw a post on Blue Sky about Žižek, or Žižek, sorry, I can't pronounce it. And I clicked on it, and then the top comment was like, no context, this link to currentaffairs.org 2019, what is Žižek for? And I reacted because it had way more likes than it usually, like comments usually have on Blue Sky. Wow, I'm really not locked in right now with my speaking. Speaking before I'm thinking. But it had way more likes than normal with no context. So I read the thing, written by a fairly accomplished professor. I looked this guy up. He has a Bachelor of Science from the University of Bristol and a Master's and PhD from the University of Oxford. What's it called? He states that he has taught quantum physics on a university level before in the article, but I didn't find a source for that. That could be, you know, embellishment, I don't know. But yeah, this was a really fun takedown of Žižek and his opinions, and how much of a, like, moron he is, basically. So I read this entire thing, and then afterwards I started looking up, like, what's it called? I came in an argument with a coworker about it. I say argument. We were discussing him. It wasn't really an argument. And I used the term accelerationism. So right before the stream started, I went to double check that I had the right definition of accelerationism, which is, in my mind, the act of thinking that, or the ideology of thinking that everything has to get worse before it can get better. So it's like advocating for the worst possible option so that the systems break down, so that people will wake up and do something better. That is basically what it is. But what really got me was I went to the concepts part here, and this killed me so bad right before the stream started. Accelerationism consists of various and often contradictory ideas, with Noyes stating, part of the difficulty of understanding accelerationism is grasping these shifting meanings and the stakes of particular interventions. A Venetian stated, any accelerationist thought is based on the assessment that contradictions of capitalism must be countered by their own aggravation, while McKay considered a Marxist acceleration of contradictions to be a misconception and stated that no accelerationist authors have advocated such a thing. Basically, no one can fucking agree on anything. It's so good when you try to find a definition and the entire first paragraph on the concepts page is no one can fucking agree on anything. No one's ever said that. It's such a good thing to say. No accelerationist authors have advocated such a thing. Bruh. Yeah, it's been a good time. I've always thought Žižek was a bit of a meme, but some of these things really, really, like, made me laugh. I want to get to a specific paragraph that really, really killed me. Let me see. Yeah. Let's see. It's yeah. I'm not gonna read the excerpts from the book that he uses to underline his point here, like these. But the breakdown here absolutely killed me. Thus, dialectical materialism as construed by Žižek is the thesis that I, nothing exists. 2, nothing or nothing does not exist. 3, in general, things both exist and don't exist. However, 4, absolute difference, aka the self-repelling gap, exists, while 5, objective reality definitely does not exist. It also claims, in fact, it even begins with the thesis that 6, sex, which seems to exist, is a passive experience for all sexual participants who also seem to exist, at least while having sex. Ultimately, though, dialectical materialism's true foundation is the thesis that 6, necessity, a concept which presumably exists, is contingent, a concept which also apparently exists. Oh, and if you're still unsure what the thesis of dialectical materialism is, 7, Hawkins' uncompleted and hence presumably only semi-existing theory of everything unmistakably resembles it. God. It's so fun to read these. I read this entire thing, and even like going through each of these is so nonsensical. They're so bad. One cannot help noticing that, as to the positive content of Hawkins' theory of everything, it bears an unmistakable resemblance to dialectical materialism, or is at least fully compatible with a reasonable version of dialectical materialism. Still hasn't defined what that is, by the way. My highlight of this entire thing is if you go all the way down to the footnotes, the appendix. Below is my proposed formalization of the Žižek passage quoted at the beginning of this essay. And this is the formalization is a proof theory for philosophy, where you try to make it like a math equation, where, you know, variable 1 plus variable 2 equals variable 3. You know, like you're building up a mathematical proof. P1, nothing fundamentally exists. P2, things emerge from this non-existent nothing. 3, quantum mechanics, i.e. the thesis that the world is a positively charged field, is true. 4, the universe exists by mistake. By 1, 2, and 3. So, okay. Let's break this down. Do these 3 necessitate 4? That's what by P1, P2, and P3 means. That it's meant to say this is necessitated by these 3. So nothing fundamentally exists. Things emerge from this non-existent nothing. Quantum mechanics, the thesis that the world is a positively charged field, is true. The universe exists by mistake. I don't think this holds. A mistake requires intent, no. Not in the way it's used in popular language. Mistake means without intent, and that can include random chance. But in common parlance, yes, I would say that you have to be like a person that can make a decision to make a mistake. But in the way it's used here, it doesn't necessitate a person or a god or a being like that. P5. The universe existing by mistake is a cosmic catastrophe. If the universe existence is a cosmic catastrophe, we should try to counteract this catastrophe. 7. The only way to counteract the universe being a cosmic catastrophe is to love other people. 8. We should love other people. So what this is saying is that we have a moral duty to counteract the universe being a cosmic catastrophe. That's kind of like the meaning inherent here. Unfortunately, that's not really how a mathematical like proof or formalization works, rather. Formalization is the correct term. So this also doesn't necessarily follow. Like, this also isn't a proper follow to this, but it kind of is. Depends on how you look at it. It is impossible to love everyone. Huh? Ought implies can. Suppressed premise. 11. We should love a subset of everyone, or everything, who exists. I.e., as many as possible, I suppose. 12. To not love everyone or everything is evil. Conclusion, love is evil. Corollary, we should do something evil. This formalization, though roughly accurate, ignores Žižek's various remarks about cosmic imbalances. Yeah, obviously invalid. It's a fun read through. He also believes that he believes that Muslims have a fundamentally incompatible culture with the Western world, and has described them as basically pedophile rapists, by and large, at various times. Yet, the conclusion he draws is still that Europe should mass immigrate, or like allow mass immigration of Muslims, despite them being pedophile rapists, which doesn't make any sense unless you realize that he's an accelerationist who wanted people to vote like Donald Trump so people would wake up and stuff like that. You don't know who Žižek is? Oh god, he is. I would describe him as the most clippable. I would describe him as the single most clippable philosopher of all time. If I do popularity, what do I get? Yeah, he's the single most clippable philosopher of all time. I hack.
Okay, we can begin. Yeah. Okay. Now, what you see here is, at least in summer or in the fall, one of the nicest views of Ljubljana. It looks like Paris, green leaves, etc. On both sides, nice old houses, nothing special. But you are wrong. This river here is the official geographical limit between Balkan and Middle Europa. So beware. On the other side, horror, Oriental despotism, women get beaten, get raped and like it. On this side, Europe, civilization, women get beaten and raped but don't like it. So, Balkan, Middle Europa, don't forget it.
He's the meme. He's the guy you post a clip of. But the issue is, I know people who take him seriously. That's why I read the thing, because I've met multiple people who swear by him. And it's so tragic.
Fever. My God, I'm onto something, and so on. Happiness doesn't enter it. You are ready to suffer. Sometimes scientists, I read history of quantum.
He has not read history of quantum physics. He knows nothing about quantum physics. That's also part of this thing. This guy has taught quantum physics, apparently. Again, I didn't find a source for it, but he did say it. Let's see. To further illustrate this point, take the final chapter of Less Than Nothing, which is, to put it lightly, a catastrophically embarrassing foray into the philosophy of quantum mechanics, a topic I've experienced teaching at university level, blah 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 blah. Yeah, no, I didn't want to sidetrack the stream. I'm gonna skip Game Doll, I don't feel like I need it. I've done enough preamble with this, but that's what I spent the ending of yesterday's work shift reading through. What an interesting person. It's a shame that people look up to him. The reason this article is written is because he's considered a leftist philosopher. And I've heard him described as the leftist equivalent to Jordan Peterson, but like complimentary, not like as a derogatory term. And I think that a lot of people should probably know that he is such a fucking whack job. I gotta fix a drink real quick. BRB, 1 second. We're doing water. No carbonated soda bullshit here today. Or at least not right now. I got my controller. I'm ready to game. A broken clock is right twice a day. I'm sure one can swear by something he said, but in practice I find swearing one's philosophy by another's is inherently a fallacy. You can have... I don't agree at all, I don't think. I think the issue is a lot of people pick a philosophy, kind of like the way they pick a politician, where they find something they think looks cool or appeals to them, but then that's kind of where they stop. They don't engage with the material at all. They don't engage with their positions or their history at all. I think you can engage with philosophy in a way where you strongly support one specific philosopher or philosophy and be completely in the right to do so. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. But you have to engage with the text in order to do so. Wait, did it really put porn game at the featured and recommended? I guess it does Lost Goddess like every other day, so I shouldn't be too surprised, but... What was that? Was that... I like that it's not here anymore. I think it's a... It flashed a porn game for like 1 second, and I was like, GG, that's it. Yeah, I agree. I'm saying that the way people engage with philosophy like that is the same way they tend to pick a politician. The reason I made the comparison is I think it's really stupid to do that with a politician, unless you have engaged and read and like understood all of their positions and can like disagree on things that like you're not picking a horse in a fucking horse race. You're picking someone that closely aligns with the values you hold. Whereas that's not how a lot of people engage with a politician. When you say swearing in full, I know that that's exactly what you mean, that they don't do that. But I think it's way more valid to swear by a philosopher in full, because most of the philosophers that have gone down in history have had coherent philosophies. They've had a coherent view that you can use to contextualize everything else, which makes them a completely different beast from a politician that is beholden to reality and to, you know, the circumstances of their party, the circumstances of whatever problem they're trying to solve. It's a little bit of a different arena, but people do make it like a TV show type of deal. And I think that's bad in both cases. Don't do that. Engage with the text. Read the text. I have a bad habit. Let me say something very embarrassing to reveal about myself, which is that I will, in the heat of the moment, say stuff that I realize I don't have enough understanding of to, like, support or... Yeah, support the argument or... really even claim I have like a baseline understanding of. In the heat of the moment, I have multiple times, like honestly way more frequently than I'd like to admit, engaged in arguments where I don't have a like I'd phrase it as like a well-structured position, but more so a warranted position. I will just go by a vibes-based argument, and then what I'll do is, as soon as the argument is done, or whenever I next have time, I will deep read into the thing I was just arguing about. And I've apologized afterwards and been like, I'm a fucking dumbass, I was arguing out of my ass. But a lot of the time, I'll just have read a bunch about it, in case someone calls me out on my bullshit. This time it's like, no, it was a vibes-based argument then, which I'm not proud of. But they don't need to know that. As long as I can support the position now and be secure in that my opinion was either like valid or it's one that I would be okay holding now, it's not the end of the world. But it is very funny when I do that and I catch myself having done it with something I truly don't believe. And I'm like, oh, hey, yo, you know this thing I was arguing about yesterday? I'm a moron. I looked it up. I suck ass. You were right. Like, I've done that multiple times. It's a bad habit I have. I try to not do it anymore. It's one of those things where it happens mostly when I'm very tired. I think it's kind of, when I was a kid, I used to be a chronic liar. When I was really, really young, I used to be a chronic liar. We're talking like 7 to 14 years old, something like that. Not the entire duration, the span of it, but like I've had periods where I've been a chronic liar, mostly because of like, I think in some ways necessity due to my upbringing, but also just because it's really easy to lie in order to fit in. And I think arguing based on a vibes position like that is falling into the same habit of just like, I'm enjoying this argument or I don't want to be called out for not knowing my shit, so I am going to keep engaging in it without acknowledging that I don't have, like, I'm not warranted in engaging with it anymore. Like, we've reached past the point where I should have an opinion. I'm very good about looking at something and saying, I don't know enough about this to have an opinion, but I'm very bad about mid-argument or mid-conversation acknowledging the same thing. Which is, you know, it may be human, but also I would like to be not a hypocrite, and in order to avoid being a hypocrite, you should probably be fairly consistent, so... I catch myself being a hypocrite more often than I like, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Anyway, Last Sovereign, it's been a while. Woohoo! Crazy. I don't speak. Real, true. That is the optimal play, to be completely frank. Can you tell I'm in a good mood? I don't know why, but I think it's fun to engage in discussions like this. And it's fun to... It's fun to do the bad thing, to do the thing that has been called out time and time again, which is find someone that you are allowed to hate. Which is not quite what I would say I do here. Because I don't hate Žižek. I just think he is damaging to the discourse and probably shouldn't be taken seriously. But like, I wouldn't say I hate him. And I'm not gonna post about it. That's like a separate thing. A lot of people on the internet try to find acceptable targets to hate and then dunk on them for feel-good, like, chemicals. But I would say, tangentially, what I'm doing is hating on someone for the feel-good chemicals. Which is a bad habit. But it feels so good, dude. It's so good to engage in. I like the endorphins. We engage in a little bit of haterism now and then, right? It can't be that harmful. It can't be decaying my moral compass in real time and making me a proven hypocrite, like, forever into the future. I don't think it has any long-lasting consequences to engage in a little bit of haterism. Acknowledging an act of hypocrisy is far less hypocritical than doubling down after realizing it. Agreed. However, not being a hypocrite at all is optimal, and I would like to be optimal. So, you know. And being a hypocrite is a pattern of behavior. Yes. But, important distinction, when I say I don't want to be a hypocrite, I actually don't mean that from my perspective. Being a hypocrite, from my perspective, would be engaging in the pattern of behavior of hypocrisy. But being a hypocrite in a discrete situation, a discrete moment, will leave an impact and mark you as a hypocrite to people around you. Like, if I'm talking to a friend and I do this thing where I engage in a topic, an argument, a debate, whatever, and it turns out I don't have enough knowledge to support it, and I still double down on my point, and then later I find out I'm wrong, and like don't bring it up, even if I was perfect every other time and I never ever did that again, in that moment I would be a hypocrite. And they, like, to them, I could be a hypocrite. Like, if they noticed, of course. But, like, if they notice it, it is completely fair to call me a hypocrite, even if I've never engaged in a hypocritical, like, statement or discussion or whatever, in hypocrisy, a single time outside of that. We get, in the eyes of others, we're marked by, like, each individual moment. So, when I say I don't want to be a hypocrite, I mean I don't want to engage in the behavior like ever. Even if it's not a pattern of behavior, it just sucks to be like, oh, I guess to them, you know, it is completely valid to just think of me as a hypocrite forever. But, you know, we're never perfect. It's not something worth stressing about. Our neighbors at our vacation home tells us, me and Niklas apart by who is speaking and who remains silent. They literally called me the one who talks one time. The one who talks. That's very funny. I feel like I would take that as a... I think I'd take it as an insult. I'm pretty sure I would take it as an insult. Even though it's not meant as it. It obviously depends on the tone of voice, but just the phrase, "you're the one who talks," in my head, out of context, which is obviously not exactly what they said, I can't know the context, but hearing that would like lock me into my own brain for the next like hour and a half, being like, I'm the one who talks? Do I talk more than average? Am I the talky one? You know, like it's different when you're in a comparison with someone else, but that's like a fucking one-liner that would kill me, especially as like someone who streams on the side, right? Because really, streaming is just enjoying hearing yourself talk at the end of the day. That is what I'm doing here. So getting clocked like that would hurt me in a way I don't know if I could survive. Don't worry, some people are worth hating. Disagree. Or rather, look, you can't control your emotions, and hating someone on an emotional level is both completely human and completely valid in a myriad of situations. I'm not gonna, like, rebuke that in any way, but the behavior that we engage in when we find an acceptable target is so much more destructive and hurtful than we allow ourselves to be in general. And a lot of the time, you're going to cause splash damage, and sometimes you're going to hate someone who probably didn't warrant the hate. So engaging in haterism is a really, really bad habit. And even just thinking that you have, like, acceptable targets of hate is generally not going to benefit you or anyone around you in the long term. Like, it's not like avoiding haterism is gonna lead you to, you know, break out into a fucking mega nuke of hatred because you bottled it up inside you. Nothing is forcing you to project that hatred outwards. We're all gonna hate people on the inside, but the shit you see online and even offline is so vile. And what really gets you is the fact that people who generally have a pretty moral, like pretty coherent moral compass will engage in it too, as soon as there is a target that clears their threshold. Like, a lot of people, this is how I would describe this phenomenon. A lot of people that believe that they follow a, like, code of ethics that that makes sense, and they are a moral person, and they pride themselves on that. What really happens is they just have a very, very high bar for haterism. Like, if you staple off enough atrocities and enough negative behaviors, you become an acceptable target, and then they pile on all the death threats and all the like insane, like super toxic bullying, etc., etc. And the thing is, it's not gonna improve the situation anyway. So, like, an example. There are people I despise and that I would never ever want to engage with in my entire life. From a Smash perspective, you have shit like Zero, who engaged in a bunch of sexual harassment and, was the best Smash Ultimate player of all time. You have all the rapists in the Smash scene, etc. I've interacted with a bunch of those people, and I will say that I despise what they did, and I despise their actions. I haven't interacted with them as people. I'm not going to interact with them as people because I have a moral compass that says, if you do these things, I don't want to associate with you. Not because of like, oh no, I'm gonna get cancelled, oh no, but because I think it's a fucking despicable thing to do. But I'm also not gonna be like, oh, I didn't like that guy anyway. Holy shit, he's so fucking fat. I knew I got bad vibes from that guy. Like, that's the shit you see when you engage in haterism. It's like so common online to pull in all the ad hominem attacks, all the fucking like, oh, I knew I got bad vibes. I can't believe the guy I got bad vibes from was a predator. Wow, I'm so warranted in hating them from frame one. It's like, just be chill, man. You wish them to face justice and consequences, but don't attack people personally? Exactly. Yeah. Like, I don't know why this is the time where I just share, like, embarrassing stories. But I guess this is one that I have, like, a hang-up on, that I'll probably have a hang-up about for the rest of my life. I don't think I'll ever get, like, a resolution to it. I would be extremely surprised. Like, I've held this position throughout my adult life, but I didn't hold this position as a teenager. And I didn't hold this position, like, I hadn't verbalized and formalized this position until, like, probably 2 or 3 years ago. But I've still avoided haterism overall anyway. Like, I don't think I've really engaged in dunk culture to any meaningful degree. However, there was one person that really, really annoyed me in the Smash scene. Not sure if anyone's familiar with who this is. They were not that well known. Their name was Etost. And Etost was a very, very hyperactive person who was active in the Melee Stats Discord. He had his own Melee ranking because he didn't like that he wasn't allowed on the top 100 ranking, whatever. So he made his own top 100 with blackjack and hookers. Whatever, that's fine. He had beef with some of my better friends, so, that kind of sucks. But he traveled to Sweden and kind of just hung out with me for a while. At that time, he hit me with the most, like, what the fuck statements about ADHD and medication I've, like, ever heard. Motherfucker was like, oh yeah, I've diagnosed ADHD, but I don't take my meds. They don't help me. And also, you shouldn't take your meds. Like, they're only gonna hamper you. And don't you want to live without medication? And, like, was essentially shaming me for liking how my life is on medication. Which was very weird, but, it came from a good place. He didn't do it because he, wanted to sabotage me. That's just how he lived his life, and he I don't think he thought about it too much, but it came off really weird. He was also extremely pushy socially, very, very on, and couldn't read like social signals very well. So it was very obvious to me that a lot of the time at events, people didn't really want to deal with him. Like, he'd sit around the top player while they were practicing and just hammer them with questions. And this is also not a, like, crime. This is also, like... I mean, I have autism. Like, I understand that not everyone has the best, you know, social comprehension. They can't read all the signals. That's completely fair. This continued on for, you know, like, I met him at probably, like, 10, 15 events, something like that, for 2 years or something like that. But he consistently was, like... so annoying. And I talked to him about it, I think twice, and told him that, hey, you gotta chill. Like, people don't really appreciate... Like, I can tell that people don't really appreciate, especially when... Like, there are some signals people give you when they're practicing, when they're playing, etc., that you're not catching. You gotta be more cognizant of that if you don't want people to, like, start disliking you, etc., etc. And so, time goes by. I stopped traveling after the Panda Cup thing breaks apart and the Smash World Tour thing stops, you know, gets cease and desisted. So I stopped traveling. About, like, 3 months after that, it comes out that he's, like, basically forced himself on Spark, another player, when he was drunk. And he was, like, groping him and being sexually inappropriate and didn't take, like, no for an answer. So, obviously he gets cancelled after that. And I'm so ashamed of what I did in that, which is that I DM'd him an insanely long, like, essentially vent thing, where I'm like, I should actually refresh my memory, so to, I don't know if I actually can find him in my conversations. No, he's not in the... He's deleted his Discord, which is fair. But I basically wrote a really long post. I was like, I knew this was gonna happen. I can't believe you... Like, you've been so uncomfortable all this time, etc., etc. You know... I can't believe that you, even after everyone's been telling you to stop doing this shit, you still kept doing it, etc., etc. I hope I never see you again. You know, basically piling on for no fucking reason, especially when it's not even about me in any way. This is just like small annoyances that have piled up over multiple years that I should have dealt with in a mature way. But instead, I took the opportunity that was presented to me because he came out as a creep to pile onto him for literally no reason. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, it's not gonna help anyone. It's not like fucking Spark is gonna be like, wow, thank you, Pipsqueak, for piling onto Etos and really showing him that what he did was wrong. It's like, no, all it's doing is making his situation worse. Like, regardless of if it's, you know, a horrible atrocity to sexually assault someone when drunk, or, you know, drinking to the point where you can't control yourself, etc. Like, obviously that shit is bad. But, again, you're always gonna get a bit of a double standard here. This is essentially what Mango did to a bunch of women at the time when he got cancelled, right? And I don't think... You know, if I wrote the exact same stuff to Mango, I don't think people would be like, let's go Pipsqueak. Whereas I think a large group of people would be like, let's go Pipsqueak, to me writing this online. Like, if I wrote this takedown as a twitlonger and posted it online, I went like, he told me to not take my medication, and he was really uncomfortable at events, and he never listened to people's boundaries and was constantly pushing them, and he never let me... you know, he never left me alone even when I told him to, and he was so uncomfortable, you know, like, if I posted that shit as a twitlonger online, I would be fucking celebrated as like a, wow, you're so brave for speaking about this, and, like, I knew that he was a freak this entire time. But if I did the same thing about Mango, you know, I'd be in shambles. Like, I would get so much shit for it. It's always going to be a double standard there. But in either case, in any case, regardless of the level of it, what's the fucking point, man? It's I think my biggest, to this day, it's probably the thing I like return to most as like a embarrassing / undignified moment in my life. The way I wrote that and the way I engage with that, it's like, imagine it came out Spark was lying. Like, imagine, like, I wasn't there. I was going on vibes. Imagine it came out, it's a false accusation, and nothing happened. And I posted that. I can't know if it was true. Even if it is, there's no point to it. But, like, it's not my place to carry out judgment. It's also like completely warranted. Say that in 10 years he's changed completely. He hasn't engaged with the Smash scene. He's moved on completely. He's super nice to everyone around him. He's like fucking saved an orphanage. He's apologized for all his misdeeds. He's worked it out with Spark. They've talked and made up, whatever. And I talked to him. Dude, if he hates me for the rest of my life, that's completely fucking warranted. Like, the way I wrote that was so emotionally charged, and I don't know if I've, like, essentially projected that much hate ever in my life before. I'm not really a hateful person, so I have this one instance of doing this, and it's never gonna get, like, closure. And I probably don't deserve it either. But it's just, like, such a fascinating thing, because I engaged in it once, and it's probably the most shameful moment of my, like, online presence, I think, ever. At least that I can remember. And yet, I see so many people have a habit of doing this exact thing for clout online. Or just because it feels good to dunk on people. And it tilts me so bad. Because it doesn't matter what they've done. Either it does nothing, except signal that you're one of the good ones, which you can do in a myriad of better ways, like talking about what positive things you actually believe in, or like what you're doing to help prevent atrocity, whatever, you know, there's a billion different ways you can signal that you're one of the good ones to the people around you, except that isn't dunking on someone who fucked up, or is a creep, or is a murderer, or is a monster, whatever. But that's essentially what you're doing. And I don't get it, man. It's like my biggest tilter. So, and I guess what I'm trying to say is, engaging in haterism poisons the soul and has, like, no real value. And regardless of what someone has done, responding with apathy, like Above said earlier, is such a healthier, like, vibe. Rather, like, contacting the victim, because I did do that. Like, it wasn't like the only thing I did was write to eToast. I also talked to the victims, and I was like, yo, if you ever need someone to talk to, etc., etc., like, I've had similar experiences, whatever, you know. I had various discussions like that, which, you know, they're like barely helpful. Like, if someone says, hey, if you want to talk to me, no one's ever gonna take you up on that offer, but it still feels good to offer. So I obviously, to some degree, I did that for myself, but I'm trying to help a little bit as I can, from Sweden all the way to the US. And it's healthier to respond with apathy. It's healthier to respond by supporting the victims. Just doubling down on the perpetrator or whatever there's like never any benefit to it at all. The only time it's warranted is if you have, like, well, it's not even the same thing, but, like, if you have more information and about, like, things that aren't out there and you want to add to it, like, oh, yo, he's getting banned for X and Y, but also he did said and Delta, you know, he did these other things. You gotta be aware that that wasn't all he did. I'm sorry to say. Like, you can do that. Like, that's probably warranted in some cases, you know, bringing more things to light. But that's not what people are doing. And I'm saddened that even the most morally upright people in the world even the most, like, kind people in the world will see an opportunity to hate and turn off their brain in exactly the same way I did. So it's not even that, like, I'm mad at them or holier than thou. Look at how good I am for not doing this. It's more of a, like, man, I've done this before. It fucking sucks. It's never gonna do anything positive. There is no such thing as an acceptable target. Even if you had God come down from the earth and say, yo, Satan fucking doomed you all, or like, they ate from the apple of forbidden knowledge and you're all doomed to suffer now, I still wouldn't be throwing stones at Adam and Eve. Because, like, you know, what's done is done. We're all gonna suffer. I guess it is what it is. I think your actions are not about the situation to begin with, just about letting your own bottled emotions go in one massive torrent. Yeah, that is exactly what it is. Like, it had nothing to do with it. It was more of a, like, confirmation that I had gotten weird vibes from him, in a way where I hadn't had an outlet to express them. Like, I talked to a few close friends about it, but there was nothing concrete to go on, except that, you know, I felt uncomfortable around him. But I don't know. It saddens me deeply that that's how the online space works. I expect it from, you know, the super right-wing, like, I think trans people should die, I think LGBT is poison. Like, I expect that type of shit from people who are comfortable, like, demonizing large parts of the world, like, or minorities or whatever. Like, I expect that type of rhetoric from there, but everyone does it. Like, no one's immune to it. And the only difference is really what is an acceptable target. For some people, everyone is an acceptable target, or, like, someone's identity makes them an acceptable target regardless of their actions. And to other people, you have a really, really high bar. But it's still seen as, like, an acceptable way to work online and do stuff online. And it saddens me deeply, and it will continue to sadden me, because I don't think there's really a way to fix it. It's also not my place to fix. It's more of an observation I made. It feels very childish as well. Apathy, mind you, isn't healthy either, as that doesn't address the emotions you will still feel regardless. Well, when I say apathy, I mean more like I would have my own emotions with ethos no matter what, but you can be a hater in private. You can be a hater in private and absolutely despise people. Like, here's a reveal that's going to shock everyone in chat. It's going to absolutely blow your minds. I absolutely despise Donald Trump. I think he... like, the faster he dies, the better. This is gonna sound extremely funny. And I will claim that this is not a hypocritical position in the slightest to say this, but I do wish death on him, because I think that, like, wishing death on a person like him with the power he holds is a harm reduction. It's a wish for harm reduction. It's the same way that, like, I wish for consequences and, like... Let me put it this way. I don't wish for death to him as the primary thing that I wish for. I wish for him to lose his power and his influence and be jailed and prosecuted. But in the absence of that justice, I wish death on him. Essentially, what I'm saying is, I wish for him to no longer be able to exercise his authority. And if death was, like, the only way to do that, as it seems more likely, natural causes or whatever, then that would be an acceptable way for that to happen to me, in my mind. That is not a hypocritical position with the haterism that I expressed earlier, because I'm not gonna go, like, and post online about it more than, like, if anything, going and assassinating him would be the non-hypocritical way to do that, I suppose, but, like, I'm not gonna do that. I wish for justice in some way there. But that's very that's very disconnected from my personal feelings. That's more of a, like, I think the world would be a better place if he wasn't in power and doing all the shit that he's doing. And I wish that we lived in a world where these atrocities weren't possible. And I express that as, I think it is morally acceptable and ethically consistent to wish death on individuals that cause so much more harm than you know, positivity in the world. Like, if you're a nuclear, or not nuclear, if you're a weapons manufacturer, if you're the CEO of fucking, like, Blackstone, or the head of the US military, you're probably contributing more suffering to the world than your absence would. So that is not a hateful position as much as it's a pragmatic position. But it is very funny to say, I'm not a hater, and we shouldn't engage in this, like, pick a acceptable target. Like, no one is an acceptable target no matter what they've done, and then also say it is coherent to wish death on someone. But that is essentially my philosophy. No, I have thought that through. That's not something I, like, came up on the spot with, but it is very funny to hold both of those positions at the same time. I don't think it's productive to post online about how much you hate Donald Trump and wish he would die, but I think it is completely agreeable to think that his absence would be better than him being here. It's an entire industry operating on best interest. Like, for sure. This is a cousin to the discussion about accelerationism before, where people say that it has to get worse before it gets better. It is very fair to have the assumption that if Donald Trump were to die, the person replacing him would be worse, because, you know, various reasons. More intelligent, more focused, whatever. More dedicated to making the world a worse place. I think that's a close cousin to accelerationism. It's a form of doom. Both of them are a form of doomerism. And I don't think it's necessarily true. I also think that instilling a sort of fear in the leaders of the world like that does put them in check, and has been proven to put them in check in various ways throughout the years. Like the Luigi Mangioloni trial thing, the replacement to that CEO that got shot, he walked back a bunch of policies out of fear of being the next target. Like, that shit does work. So it's not that it's morally correct to engage in vigilantism. It is much better to have a justice system that works and prosecutes these people, but in the absence of it, I couldn't, on a personal level, blame the vigilante for engaging in it. But I also wouldn't, like, or I shouldn't even say this, I don't have a formulated position where I can endorse or, oppose vigilantism as a concept either. I need to think a little bit more on my thoughts on vigilantism, but in the absence of a justice system, it has been proven to lead to, like, better things. So it's a really rough moral quandary to square, a puzzle to square, but the world is a rough place. I also, again, you gotta understand that if that stuff becomes acceptable, and, you know, first Donald Trump gets shot, then, you know, weapons manufacturer, CEO gets shot, then all the billionaires get shot. Like, it is easy to do, like, a slippery slope argument, but I'd like to believe in the inherent human goodness, and I also think humans tend to behave the same way that animals do when they're cornered. If someone lives in desperation where all they're fed is, like, misery media diet, everything is horrible, outrage, etc., and they also don't have a stable life at home, they have no economy, they have no certainty in the future, they think everything is getting worse, they're gonna behave like a cornered animal. And that's sort of a consequence of the world that the rich and the elite have created for themselves with the accumulation of wealth and power into the hands of a set few people, and the propaganda that they spew out to the rest of the world. Stuff like Fox News, stuff like buying up all the media across like the entire world. Like hell, almost every media corp in Sweden is owned by a few right-wing, what's it called, like investor funds. So it's like everywhere across the world, this is sort of I think, a natural response to the shifting times. But I also don't know if I can really condone it. It's more of a, like, observation. It's gonna be interesting to see how the future goes. I hope that one day we stop wishing for things to get worse and things for other people to suffer. Because I think a lot of people have that view that because things were bad for me, my children or other people don't deserve better than I experienced. It's also like a thing. There's a lot of revenge. There's a lot of hatred going around. There's a lot of apathy. There's a lot of learned helplessness. There's a lot of doomerism. There's a lot of desperation. I like to think that we can be better than we are. I also don't think things have to get worse to get better. I think getting positive messages out is a lot harder than getting negative messages out by design. But I don't think that's an immutable fact of life. I think that could all change with various types of regulation, with various changes in like what technology is allowed. Is that gonna happen? Unlikely, but it could. Taking steps to making that happen would produce a better world like in time, I think. And I don't subscribe to things having to go to shit before they get better. Every time I talk to someone that has an accelerationist view of the world, that like, you know, the successor to Donald Trump has to ruin the United States before people are gonna wake up and, you know, do a fucking French Revolution and behead them all. Every person I've talked to that has had a view similar to that has had a really childish sense that they won't deal with the consequences. Or alternatively, they acknowledge that they're going to take some part of the consequences, but they don't care about the people that are going to die or like be in misery for the rest of their lives, or etc. Like the casualties of that type of accelerationism. They're of acceptable sacrifice. And in my head, I don't think there's anything mechanically stopping the world from becoming better and more empathetic than it is. I think it's a form of learned helplessness to assume that things have to get worse before it gets better. If anything, that type of thinking, to me, is the surest sign that the, like, right-wing, or rather, not even the right-wing, that the billionaire media has won, or is winning currently, because again, I don't think this state is permanent in any way, but the surest sign that they are currently winning is the fact that people have been convinced that in order for things to get better, they have to actively make things worse first. Which is the stupidest thing, if you think about it in a vacuum, ever. How much of a losing position do you have to be in to think that the only way to win is to reset the game board because the game has gone too far and you are in an unwinnable position? That's loser speak. That insane loser speak to be like, there is no way we can make a better world without first actively making it worse first. Dude, that is indistinguishable from just making the world worse. Like, you saying this, that you're making the world worse for a good cause, is not materially different from someone saying, oh, I adore Hitler, I'm gonna vote for Hitler. The Holocaust was great. Like, if you were to vote for that for the right reasons because of what spawns from the ashes, that's still leading to Hitler first. Like, you know, there's no real, like, difference there when the effect is, or the cause, the consequence is the same, the causality is the same. I just think that's very funny that a lot of people are convinced that that's the only way. I feel like that's the sign that the media is kind of like really engineered a dangerous position. On the other hand, I do sympathize with the fact that, yes, a lot of systems are rigged, and a lot of democracies and what's it called? Governments are in a state of regulatory capture, where you are presented with a false choice of 100% Hitler and 99% Hitler. But despite that, in the process of trying to make the place better, you can either organize a push for a third thing instead of doom about it, or you can vote for 99% Hitler. And both of those are valid in their own ways. Unfortunately, both of those sides are going to hate each other, because if you vote for a secret third thing, the people that vote for 99% Hitler are going to say, the reason that 99% Hitler lost to 100% Hitler is because all these other people voted for 0% Hitler. And if you had only voted for 99% Hitler, we would have won. And the people that vote for 0% Hitler are going to say, if only all the people that voted for 99% Hitler voted for 0% Hitler, we wouldn't be in this situation. And neither one of them are wrong. It's just kind of the problem of how it's been engaged, or like structured in the US with a two-party system. You get a fucking similar thing like this in a lot of governments. We have a similar thing in Sweden where it's like voting for the Pirate Party, which is the commonly discussed outside the Riksdagen, like outside our government party. They're like slightly outside. They have slightly too small of a share. They're at like 3.2% or something, and you need 4% to get a seat in the government. But like a lot of people are like, voting for them is throwing away your vote because you're not voting for a party in the government. Like if you were voting for the leftist party, that would be a real vote rather than throwing it away, you know. And I don't think you can, like, that's not necessarily wrong. But I feel like the more you get into game theory, the more you're already losing. Things can get better, you just have to convince people that they can. And that's the hardest part. A lot of people vote against their best self-interests because they've been convinced to do so. And they also don't see the effects of what they're doing, or like who's doing what. They don't see the chain, either because of... They don't see the chain of events, either because they don't look it up themselves, they don't fact-check anything, or they get like their media consumption from, you know, the captured media. There's a bunch of different stuff. No one's immune to it. Propaganda affects us all. I still think, despite all of that, the world can get better. And I will not engage in doomerism. However, I don't understand how I came here. I just had like a brain blast and I was like, how did I even get from Žižek to fucking this? But it is what it is. I suppose the treat for people watching The Last Sovereign is that you get a breakdown of my political view and my general philosophy around doomerism and the future, and why I still have hopium. I refuse to believe that people are inherently bad, or that they are unable to be better. And I feel like buying into that is letting them win. It is punk to have hope. The majority of billionaires spend on left-wing propaganda when the money is followed. That's not true. Simply not true. You can look at who owns all the media. However, or rather, I should say this: a lot of the quote-unquote left-wing media in the US isn't left-wing. They're left-wing when it doesn't hurt them, and then they're secretly right-wing / center at best when it does hurt them. Like on economic policy, every left-wing like publication, none of them have left-wing economic policy. Let's put it that way. But I agree that like I'll put it this way. I think 90% of all media in the world, of like traditional media, is bought by most of the... what's it called? By billionaires. Both left and right. But the issue is that the policy that they are pushing is consistently right-wing. Jeff Epstein spent billions pushing trans ideology, and yet he pushed billions on 4chan and... Wait, do you know what Gamergate is? Above. You know he fucking started Gamergate. Which in turn was like the start of one of the biggest like anti-trans campaigns in the world. And to this day still is. And also one of the most misogynistic campaigns in the world. Let me put it this way. Okay, above. I'll make a new rule in chat. And I'll put it this way. I'll make this actually enforced in the sense that I will either mute or... Not mute. I'll time out if it's not followed. I'll make it very clear here. This is not a democracy, this channel. I'm in a really good mood right now, so I'll make this a game. Where I am very strongly left-wing, but I am open to being proven wrong. So... what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you this. If you can source your arguments, provide a source for it, I will read through the source. And after I've read through the source, I will provide a counter-argument. But I will not engage in just, he said, I said, like back and forth here. Anything you claim here without a source, I will disregard outright. And in fact, like, I'll put it this way. How do I phrase this? The vibe I'm getting with the counter-arguments here, for example, I'm aware of what Gamergate is. Fun fact, recently the left was also found to be funding KKK rallies. This is a nothing statement. Who is the left? Give me the specific politician, person, media, individual, corporation that's aligned left. Like, give me the thing that funded a KKK rally. Like, if I Google... left-wing spending on KKK rally. Southern Poverty Law Center. The SPLC. Legal advocacy organization specializing in civil rights and public interest litigation. Let me bring this up. SPLC secretly funneled more than 3 million in donated funds to individuals who are associated with various violent extremist groups, including the Ku Klux Klan, Aryan Nations, and National Socialist Party. Blah, 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 blah. Engaged in massive fraud operation to deceive their donors. Okay, so... Let me put it this way. Above. Would you say that if they're found out about funding KKK rallies, and the way that that's treated is by framing it as engaged in a massive fraud operation to deceive their donors, enrich themselves, and hide their deceptive operation from the public. They lied to their donors, vowing to dismantle violent extremist groups, and actually turned around and paid the leaders of these very extremist groups, even utilizing the funds these groups facilitate, to have these groups facilitate the commission of state and federal crimes. Do you think this is something the left endorses? Because to me, this is the thing where Like they say here, donors gave their money believing they were supporting the fight against violent extremism. This is what they were claiming to represent. What you're saying here is not a gotcha. Like, if they are giving themselves out to be a left-wing group, and they have done this, which they have here, then they are no longer a leftist group. They were secretly funneling it into extremist right-wing groups. And the leftist donors lost their money. They were deceived. This is fraud. This does not mean that the left donated to the KKK. They got scammed, and that money was funneled into the KKK. Whereas if Proud Boys openly says, we love the KKK, if you help us, you are helping the KKK, that is the right actively saying, oh, I like the KKK, I'm donating to the KKK. But the consequence of this happening is that they are going to be prosecuted for fraud, and they are going to be like, they're no longer going to be a fucking leftist group. It's just not, like, coherent. They're not going to keep operating in the same capacity after they've been found out. Let's find out about the CEO. SBI appointed as the former chief of staff. Review and investigate any issues with the organization's workplace practices. Huang assigned Brian Fair. Who's Brian Fair? Like, the reason this is an investigation is because they can't do it openly. Because if they did it openly, no one on the left would fucking donate to them. This is not the gotcha that you think it is. In the same way that saying that, like, billionaires openly donate to the left-wing media is the gotcha, because there's a reason that, like, the left-wing media is so despised by the left. Because any time that, you know, you say something negative about Jeff Bezos, it's like, no, actually, billionaires are good, which is not a position that, you know, the average leftist holds. I include the US there, but I know that a larger portion in the US do. I'm talking about the world at large. Where's the... I want to find... Here's Margaret Huang. Massive layoffs, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Here we have relevant controversy. In 2024, September 2024, 92% of remaining SPLC staffers supported a no-confidence motion on Huang. The workers demanded a reversal of the mass layoff, which they characterized as a union-busting tactic, and the hiring of a new CEO. The chair of the union's bargaining committee called the layoffs sloppy, dispassionate, inhumane. It has been the absolute opposite of what the organization says they stand for, and absolute chaos since then. SPLC leadership dismissed the union's request to remove Huang as CEO. Union busting and engaging in practices that are the opposite of what they claim to be is, like, disqualifies you from being left-wing. I'll go further and say that being a company that operates for profit at a scale where you're like... First of all, wasn't this a non-profit even, which makes it even worse? Non-profit legal advocacy organization, so the fact that, like, these motherfuckers are profiting off of the non-profit donations that they're receiving, and they're engaging in fucking union busting, like, immediately disqualifies them. This is not a leftist advocacy group for the rights, for civil rights and, like, you know, combating misogyny and racism. Like, that's not what it is. This is a honeypot to steal money from people who are voting with the conscience that, or not voting, that are donating out of the, like, moral consciousness to support that, to, like, support an effort in stopping these things, and they're getting hoodwinked. This doesn't mean that, you know, the left as a entity supports the KKK, which is the argument that, like, you're saying. You're saying, ha, the left-wing media is bought more by the billionaires than the right-wing. This means that the media, or rather that the billionaires are left-wing, or like the left-wings are the ones that don't understand. Because they're engaging in right-wing policy, they're engaging in support of what, you know, the right stands for. They're secretly donating for these extremist groups that are, you know, white supremacists and all these things, and stealing money from people. Whereas the right, if there's a similar thing here, they would just openly say, hey, I support these things. This is gonna go to the KKK. It's like, charity fund Proud Boys. Raise millions via Christian funding site. Like, they're just open about what they hate. This isn't a like secret fraud operation. This is just what they believe in. I suppose this is an exception, given that they say Give, Send, Go was particularly insidious due to its presentation of such crowdfunding in the guise of religion-based charity. So I suppose that is an exception. But, like, bigots will openly say, hey, I hate this, give me money. The issue is that many US left organizations are currently under investigation for fraud, and many people online keep defending it under they are left. Really? I've never seen anyone defend... Obviously, I don't live in the US, but do you have a source? Or like, this is harder to source. I'm not gonna hound you for a source, but this is the type of thing where if you find it in the future, like an example of people defending corporations after stuff like this is outed, I would like you to post it, because it's on its face, it's unbelievable to me. I'll take it on good conscience that has happened and you are, like, you have seen it. But the but this is, to me, like, not something I've ever seen. Like, I've never seen someone defend the New York Post. One thing also is you have to separate the fucking enlightened centrist from the left, which is that, like, libertarianism is often right-wing policy in disguise. It's like, libertarianism in the US specifically, neo-libertarianism, is, I am embarrassed of supporting right-wing ideology, so I'm going to call myself either a centrist or the left, and I'm going to espouse right-wing philosophy and right-wing ideology despite that, and then say, hey, I have been hounded out from the left. So, like, I've seen a lot of libertarianists, neo-libertarianism, people support, like, the New York Times. I don't think I've ever seen someone who claims to be a quote-unquote leftist support stuff like that. If anything, I just see dunks constantly. Like, we have the fucking classic Jeff... I could probably just go Google it. New York Times, Jeff Bezos... Where is it? Oh, it's all the fucking Washington... Is it Washington Post? I was gonna say the Met Gala. This is Washington Post. Which one is it? It's the search billionaire. This one is so funny. The fucking oh no! I forgot they fucking. Oh god, I hate the New York Times. Oh, I hate paywall so much. Does this work? No. God, I hate US media, man. Paywall bullshit, all of it. So frustrating. I'll put it this way. From the outside, I read your right now it does seem that way post above. From the outside, when I say that the US has the choice between 100% Hitler and 99% Hitler, which is essentially what I was referring to earlier, what I mean is that you have a controlled opposition that says it's leftist, but consistently maligns and suffocates any real leftist policy in their party consistently and absolutely smears it. You have the case of Mamdani as the Soran Mamdani as the newest one. The amount of fucking the gotchas that he had to experience is crazy. But even now, he's not really the Democratic Party is trying to take credit for what he's doing when they did everything they could to not get him elected. This is from the outside, reading his policies, his actual policies, and his actions. I would say he might be one of 5 actual leftist politicians in the US at the moment. And he got hit with the fucking, are you gonna go to Israel? Before the mayoral election, the mayoral vote, all that happened was that they were trying to get him with oh, so when you become a mayor, when are you gonna travel to Israel? When are you gonna go to the Holy Land? Which is a pre-established talking point because New York has a fairly high population of Jewish people. But it's also a sign that Israel owns the fucking Democratic caucus in New York. So they try to hit him with that gotcha. And it was really funny because he essentially just, every other candidate is yeah, I'm gonna visit immediately. What's his name? Eric Adams went, frame one afterwards. Went I left New York, now I'm in Israel. You know, I would be the fucking better candidate. See, I'm the one for you Jews, you know? And Mamdani was I'm just gonna be here and do policy. Why would I travel? I'm a mayor. I'm going to celebrate with New Yorkers, and I'm going to chill here. And he won the majority of the Jewish vote, which I found was hilarious to follow. Donald Trump, when he was younger, was actually considered on the left for his talking points, since they were the same talking points they made just a few decades prior. Are you talking before the switch, where when you say decades, are you talking before the right and left wing party, or rather, not even the right and left wing, but rather the Democratic and the Republican Party in the US made a complete 180 swap? Are you talking that decade prior, or are you talking after that? Regardless, who cares what he was considered? I don't care what he's considered. You know when we talked philosophy, okay, above, you know when we talked philosophy literally 30 minutes ago? Remember when I said you don't want to back a politician because of who they are? You want to read their talking points and engage with the points they're making, and then engage in politics that support what you believe. What he was considered does not matter. The politics that he is engaging in and his party is engaging in, the people that are leading the fucking strongest country in the world right now, the US, the fucking premier military might superpower of the world, is engaging in right now. The politics they drive. Would you call that leftist? Would you call them leftists? Who cares what he was considered? It's not about the fucking label. I don't care if I'm called a leftist. I just happen to have a lot of leftist opinions. I have quote-unquote leftist economic opinions. Because I think that policy makes a lot more sense. I think a socialist in general policy makes more sense than a right-wing policy. And socialism in general is demonized by the right in specifically the US, but also like fucking SD, which is the right-wing party in Sweden, also demonizes socialism. So it becomes a convenient label to say that I am a leftist. But that isn't my identity. I'm not going to blindly vote on Donald Trump because he was considered a leftist. I am going to look at the policies that he espouses, and I'm going to say, this motherfucker should never, ever be allowed in a position of power, ever. He is a rapist. He is a fucking nepo baby. He is a bumbling moron. He is a pedophile. He is a murderer, most likely. He is a murderer by proxy easily. He is a scammer. He is a fraud. He is a charlatan. He is a convenient puppet for people with more insight than him because he's old as fuck. He's senile. And I'm not gonna vote for him. If you pick him up as the leftist candidate, I just wouldn't vote for him. I would vote for someone else. Fuck are you talking about? It doesn't matter what the label is. You even said earlier, you even engaged earlier with the exact same point that you should pick what you believe in and like not engage in identity politics or in identity like philosophy. And you shouldn't like go behind a politician fully. But the argument you're making is he was considered a leftist, i.e. it's like leftist policy. They technically never swapped when looking at the voting history of the right and left. For example, the Democrats advocate to put abortion centers in black communities. Their policy is based on a left view of my body, my choice. Or you're dealing with on a right view of my body, my choice, but was used to promote the death of racial minority children. Can I get a fucking source on that? Okay, like, first of all, what do you mean a right view of my body, my choice? My body, my choice is a left-wing view. You know what Roe versus Wade is, right? Roe v. Wade. You know what this is, right? Do you know who repealed this? It did say left view. But like, I don't see how that connect. Like, right view connects, but I don't understand what you mean. Oh, but was used to promote the death of racial. Sorry, I missed the but. Yeah, I see what you're trying to say. That like it was based on a left view, but was used to promote the death of racial minority children. Like, okay. Let me put it this way. When you say that, okay, I'm gonna dial back the intensity a little bit. And I'm going to try to formulate this in a way that I think gets to the heart of what I'm trying to communicate and why I think, like, if you hadn't been here above for a decent time, and I didn't think that you were coming from this from a what's it called? A good faith position. If I engaged in this discussion with you from the start, and this was our first interaction, I would have probably banned you by now. But I'm going to go back and I'm going to explain the fundamental, like, difference in how we communicate here that makes it so that I have a hard time reading your statements as anything except identity politics / I guess engagement bait is the wrong way to phrase it. It's more like, what's the word? Engagement bait is so similar to it. But I'll get back to that point. The point is, when you say they technically never swapped, and you give the example, the Democrats advocate to put abortion centers in black communities, their policy is based on a left view of my body, my choice, but was used to promote the death of racial minority children. What do you want me to engage with in that statement? Because from my perspective, first of all, I don't have an allegiance with a party. I come from Sweden. Our parties, like, aside from our, like, 3 most right-wing parties, I would say on average, we're moving more right-wing as a country, which is partly because of how our media is bought and paid for, etc., etc. But and also fear-mongering with immigration and general future stuff, and trying to copy US politics. There's a bunch of different reasons why we that could explain why we're moving towards right-wing, aside from, you know, people suddenly think a bunch of these things are preferable, which could also be true. I'll concede. Point is, I don't have an allegiance to the Democratic Party of the US or the Republican Party of the US. When I say left and right, that is completely disconnected from any individual politician or any individual party. I don't think the Democratic Party of the US is left-wing. In Sweden, the Democratic Party would be center-right. It would be Kristdemokraterna most likely, is where I would put them. And that immediately puts us at a communication barrier, because our terminology has different implied meaning. Like, when the Venn diagram, or rather, the Venn diagram of people that I would consider leftists and the Venn diagram of people you would consider leftists aren't the same. Like, the line is drawn in the sand in different spots. So party-wise, I don't give a fuck what the Democrats advocated for. That's completely different. But if a left-wing politician advocated for abortion centers... Well, also, wait, I'm sorry, I'm not... Okay, I just got mind-boomed rereading your thing again. Are you arguing that abortion in black communities is to promote the death of racial minority children? Wait a second. That might be the most insane statement I have ever read, taken as, like, in a vacuum. Are you saying the reason they want to... Because what I'm reading out of that is you're saying instead of putting abortion centers in white communities, they're putting them in black communities to promote a larger percentage of abortions by black people, to have a smaller percentage of black children. And you're saying that the reason that they advocated for them in black communities is to, in a way, engage in racism and white supremacy. Because, first of all, that is fucking crazy. But the second thing is, a much, like, simpler explanation is that, like, in general, if you paint broad strokes, I should clarify, this is in cities, not in, like, countryside, in like, what's it called, rural states, not in rural towns and stuff, but, like, in bigger cities. In bigger cities, areas with black communities tend to be significantly poorer than white communities. There are economic maps of this, like, countless of them. Like, this is not hard to source. Economic map, black communities, US cities. See if you can... The Black Wealth Data Center, Data Smarts, Data Visualization from 2023. This is from Harvard, so that's a pretty good source. Can I get the actual map? Dataset. Map Monday, right? Yeah, this is the Racial Wealth Equity Database. That's what I'm looking for. If I search for that, because this is an article based on it. World Inequality Database. Because the much likelier explanation is that it is far more important to provide abortion centers in poorer communities because they don't have access to... One, they can't afford contraception because contraception is expensive, especially if you double up on it and do pills plus condoms plus all the, like everything you have available to you. Education is usually poorer, and the like your resources are worse. So having abortion centers in black communities makes sense from both an economic and like a social policy side view. If I search black in measuring using graduated poll, world inequality report, US, United States. This doesn't go by race. There's one that goes by race. Regardless, that is just such an insane... Okay, let me see. It is the stated goal... Wait, okay. Instead of spreading them out, they attempt to place them in places that need them. They never say anything outright, but the effect versus the stated intention can be very different, especially when dealing with policies. Okay, so that statement is one-to-one explained by what I just said of poorer education, poorer economically, and thus more likely to have unwanted pregnancies, thus more likely to need abortion, thus... And also, if they can't get an abortion, the consequences of having the child being worse for them all explain that they need them. It is the stated goal, but there are poor communities with a higher white population that don't have centers. The issue with that would be that those examples would be cherry-picked. That is fair, but there are going to be poor communities with a higher black population that don't have centers. You are saying that you basically said they are engaging in eugenics. You literally... Okay, the explicit thing you say by saying that they are funding them in black neighborhoods specifically to have black people do more abortions so more white people get born. What you're saying is they are white supremacists. Like, the backwards... If you go from the end of what you are saying here, like the end point that you get to is that they are white supremacists, and this is a Trojan horse to get more white people in the country than black people. Putting them in white communities would obviously be good too. But that's not what you said. Your problem isn't that they aren't putting them in white communities. Your problem... You're calling them white supremacists when there is a much better explanation, Occam's razor, a much simpler explanation is that geographically, economically, and socially, there have been some interviews behind closed doors that have stated that was their goals. Above, you're literally saying, source, trust me. You know that, right? But, okay. I've sidetracked by the absurdity of that statement. Let me go back to before I clocked that, how crazy of a thing that is to say. Let me go back to before that. When I said that the key differences. What do you think? What are you trying to accomplish here? Okay, let me break this down. Or rather, answer me this. The million-dollar question. There have been some interviews behind closed doors that have stated that was their goal. But I don't have those sourced right now. What are you trying to do? Do you think... What is this discussion to you? Do you think I'm saying, oh, they might be, okay, they were engaging in white supremacy or eugenics, and they want more white children than black children because they're giga racist. But at least they're left. Like, I don't understand what there have been some interviews behind closed doors, because if that is true, and they have done that, if you are correct, and they have had these closed door interviews, in exactly the same way that the center you just posted about earlier, the Southern Poverty Law Center, is outed as engaging in fraud and deceiving their voter base, or rather, in this case, their donation base. Would you not agree that the Democratic Party in the US is engaging in a form of fraud where they are communicating one intention to their left-wing voters that are trying to vote on as close as they can to left-wing policy as is possible in the United States, and after they get voted in, what they do is they turn around and engage in white supremacy? You understand that when I talk about leftism, I'm not talking about the party. I am talking about the people voting on left-wing policy. If anything, if this is true, the voters aren't voting with the intention of engaging in white supremacy. So, the conclusions you can draw from that is, if your argument is the right-wing party, or the Republicans are better than the Democrats, all you're saying is they are the 99% Hitler and Democrats are the 100% Hitler. But you can also provably point to, you know, all your institutions being gutted and fucking your pathetic disaster response to COVID, your fucking pathetic, or well, not COVID, what's it called? It's after COVID. It's the gutting of the disease center. What's his name? The guy with a ringworm in his brain. RFK Jr. The fact that he controls global fucking health policy now and removed like a bunch of research, and for the fact that your fucking government pages remove research documents and defund your institutions for research, that is stuff that like is happening because of the government that is controlling the... Let me take that back from the start. That's because of the party that is controlling the government right now and their economic policy. They're pushing for the dismantling of these organizations. You could argue that's good, but it doesn't matter if they are the like 99% Hitler or the 100% Hitler. It's still not like they're good. I don't understand what you're trying to do here, because like you jumped in defense of the Republicans immediately. That was the first thing you did. You jumped in with like, oh, but the left are worse too. The first thing you said was, well, the left-wing media is bought and paid for by, like, more billionaire donations go to left-wing media than to right-wing media, which is a way of saying the left-wing media is worse and more biased than the right-wing media. That's like the most obvious read you can have from that. And if that is true, that sucks. Fair enough. But then you go to like, did you know that the left-wing party voted to, or like the left support the fucking Southern Poverty Law Center and donate to the KKK, which is fraud. This isn't the left. This is a institution engaging in fraud, defrauding leftist fucking people with a conscience that want to prevent white supremacy. It's a backdoor where they are stealing money for the opposite cause behind closed door, engaging in union busting and enriching themselves even though they're a non-profit. So those are the two first things you brought up. And then you went... fucking... The left-wing party... fund abortion clinics in black neighborhoods more than left neighborhoods. And instead of the reasonable, like, default assumption, it's, hey, they're doing this to engage in white supremacy and kill more black children. Rather than, yo, there are a ton of economic concerns that would make it more reasonable to put this in black neighborhoods. Like, if you just look at common predictors for poverty, it makes complete sense to put them there. But you, instead of engaging with the simplest explanation, you go, there is a secret conspiracy to have more white children than black children live, so that, I don't know, you eventually breed out the black population of the US, I guess, is the end goal of that. You make them a smaller minority so that the whites have more power. What are you trying to argue with? I don't understand. None of this is left-wing policy in the slightest either. And agreed, no one in America thinks they have a good choice. The two-party system is rigged as fuck, I agree. Every leftist I know in the US, and I actually, you know, this might sound weak coming from someone in Sweden. I've spent over a year in the US of my life traveling. Or I think it's not a year, it's 6 to 7 months of my life in the US traveling for events. And I've met a bunch of friends. It wasn't concurrent, it was like, you know, throughout many years I spent that time. I have a bunch of friends, and most of them openly leftists. Not a single person would support a single thing you've used as an argument for the right is better than the left. I don't understand what you're arguing. You're trying to gotcha me into... Like you're not even engaging with a single argument I've made. You've sort of just been parroting the, like... oh, but the left is more corrupt than the right? Which, even if true, has nothing to do with the policy I was discussing earlier. I don't know... And you say the left is more corrupt than the right. And, or rather, the way... that is how I am reading. The left is donating to the KKK and the fucking Aryan Nation or the Proud Boys. Like, that is a read I'm doing, that the left is more corrupt. But I'm saying that, like... the only reason you would bring that up is as a gotcha, that like, the right isn't doing this, it's the left that's donating to this. Who gives a fuck? They were fucking defrauding them! I was under the assumption this was an argument for or against an ideology, just a dissection of a lot of awful shit that's happened, and how the Democrat Party has been a failure as a left. Okay. The reason I say it's an argument is because you brought up, like, the framing you're using is the left is worse than the right. And I don't only say this because of what you've said here now. I say this because you have previously stated that you are a right-wing voter out of necessity. You've said that, like, oh, I don't wanna misquote you here. I don't remember if you said you voted for the Republicans or if you voted for Donald Trump, but I think you specifically said you preferred the Republican policy or something to that effect. Like a couple times while we have had these streams. So I'm not saying that as from just this here. I'm using that background as a, like, the fact that you're coming in with a, hey, the left is worse framing makes this, in my mind, an argument for the right. But I agree. On its face, the Democrat Party in the US is a complete farce. They are so unbelievably corrupt and bought up. Look, I think it is morally reprehensible to vote for the Republican Party. I will be completely clear and say that I think it is morally reprehensible to vote for Trump. I think having done so immediately disqualifies you from being my friend or someone I associate with in a meaningful way. 2020, I could maybe see an argument for 2016. I think you would be a fucking dumbass, but doing so again in 2022 is disqualifying. With everything that they've done, I have a lot of friends who are LGBT, and the amount of harassment, the amount of, like, shit they've had to deal with, the fact that they can't get medication anymore. They were taking, like, estrogen. They can't get that anymore. Their passport got reverted, and they're now assigned male instead of female on their fucking passport since he took, like, since he took power. The fact that there's constant war and, like, uncertainty. I think it's disqualifying to vote for a Republican Party in the current, like, year. I'm currently a Republican voter out of necessity as of now, yes. What necessity? Are you saying that... Oh, the state election this year? Are you saying that... Okay, so you didn't vote for the Republican... You didn't vote for Donald Trump, but... What necessity? Like... or rather, let me put it this way. I feel like the fact that you feel you're voting out of necessity bleeds through your framing when I'm discussing leftist policy. Like, even when I bring up, like... when I brought up economic policy earlier, it was that was when you brought up the like Southern Poverty Law Center, that, like, hey, they're I guess I didn't even finish the point I was making. I don't know if I've even had a chance to really argue that, because my original argument is the Democratic Party is the 99% Hitler Party, and they aren't leftist in the slightest. But I feel like I didn't even get to that point. I was kind of hamstrung by the, hey, the left fucking vote for KKK and the Aryan nations coming out of nowhere. Like, that is such a weird non sequitur to bring in immediately. And over, you've brought up, like, the Democratic Party and the Republicans didn't flip. I'm fairly sure that's just, like, historically proven that they did. But also, why is that relevant to any of the discussion we've had? Like, it feels like you're projecting the I am a Republican voter out of necessity, and I don't even want to say undermining the like leftist argument, because you're not even engaging with it. That's the thing. I think you're conflating a leftist with a Democrat voter, because those aren't the same thing. Like, a leftist is not necessarily a Democratic voter, or like a voter of the Democrats. And even if they are, they probably don't like voting for the Democrats, because the Democratic Party isn't particularly leftist. It just happens to be a two-fucking-party solution you have. Regardless, you haven't engaged with any of the, like, leftist policy. What makes the Republicans the necessary vote for you? Is it economic? Is it like their view on LGBT, on religion, on city versus rural voter, like not voters, rural demographics, like that you know, the cities have it too good, kinda. They are getting subsidized by the rural voter, kinda. Like, I don't understand what you're bringing this up with, when I wasn't even primarily talking about the US. Like, I am not a Democratic voter. If I lived in the US, I would be, because I think it is completely reprehensible to vote for 100% Hitler, which I will strongly say, I believe Trump is... If Trump was in a position to commit a Holocaust, he would without, like, even thinking about it. Mostly because he's not capable of thinking about the consequences, but still, like, he would do that. That is not out of character in the slightest. But harm reduction is because right now the Democrat Party has been pushing very self-destructive policies and have recently been advocating for fraud, gerrymandering, and voter fraud. I do not like either side, but I'm voting under the notion of lesser of two evils. You know Texas fucking gerrymandered giga hard right before the Virginia gerrymandering. What are you talking about? The right has been gerrymandering for fucking 15 years. More, 30 years. It's probably even longer than that, but it's been, since I was alive, the gerrymandering has been a uniquely Republican concept. The most gerrymandered states are giga gerrymandered by Republicans. And advocating for fraud, what are you talking about? Do you think the left is advocating for the fucking funding of the KKK? What the fuck are you talking about? Or even it's this one. Do you think the left is advocating for this? Or the Democrat Party is advocating for this? The Democrat Party, okay. Okay. But... Okay, I'll put it this way. What do you think of the Trump phone? This is just one of the fucking examples. But you're saying that the fucking left is supporting scams. But like, isn't like almost every prominent person in the US engaging in a scam on like one way or another? You're saying this like the right doesn't do more scams than the left. And even then, it's also like the voter base on the right or for Republicans are largely supporting Trump. Like, I know that you're saying you don't support Trump, but you are associating by voting on the same party with the people that wear MAGA hats and proudly support Trump and would follow him to the death. Actually, I shouldn't even say that. That's a stupid argument. Let me take that back. I will backtrack that completely. That's not fair, because in the same way, that would be a completely like, you could use the same argument for the left. Like, if you're voting for the Democratic Party, you're supporting everything the Democrats are doing. That's a stupid argument. So that's dumb. Let me rephrase that reposit it in a way that's fairer. You have to acknowledge that a large portion of the Republican voter base are content with Trump and actively, like, happy that he's doing what he's doing. And with that said, do you think that the result of you voting Republican is better for harm reduction and the world than... Do you think you have a moral obligation to vote Republican? And if so, what are you trying to prevent? Because you list fraud, and the right has engaged in insane amount of fraud. Like, Trump is a fraudster, and he is the face of the Republican Party. Like, most of the top of the Republican Party are openly bootlicking him. You have RFK Jr., who is a fraud. You have Barron, who spends money on Kalshi for insider trading to get rich on wars, which is fraud. So you have fraud on that side. You have gerrymandering, which has historically been a mostly right-wing strategy to engage in gerrymandering. Also, I think is it G? Yeah, it's G. It's gerrymandering. So you're bringing them up like it's that's what you're defending against, I suppose. And voter fraud. What do you mean the left or the Democrats are engaging in voter fraud? Didn't the fucking Doge group try and sabotage like a whole bunch of, or rather steal a bunch of fucking voter data right around the election? Isn't like the entire fucking database of all of your social security numbers and all that in the hands of Doge because of, you know, fraud, voter fraud? Didn't Trump multiple times say that, hey, it like we're gonna win despite or like regardless of the vote? Haven't they stated multiple times that this is the last time you're ever gonna have to vote? What about Project fucking is it Project 2025? The Heritage Foundations. What do you think about the fucking the mandate for leadership? Have you read this? This is the fucking strategy book for like fucking disenfranchising the American public. The 2025 Presidential Transition Project is the conservative movement's unified effort to be ready for the next conservative administration to govern. By opening this book, you're now a part of it. History teaches that the president's power to implement an agenda is at its apex of the administration's opening days. I'm gonna read more comments in a second. I want to find specific segments of this. Yeah. This is all acknowledgements of people that were involved. The Heritage Foundation is once again facilitating this work, but as are dozens of partners and hundreds of authors will attest, this book is the work of the entire conservative movement. As such, the authors... okay, first of all, Heritage Foundation, the biggest donator of the conservative movement in the US, but also, this is not Trump, this is the conservative movement, i.e., at the moment, large parts of the Republican Party. As such, the authors express consensus recommendations already forged, especially along 4 broad fronts that will decide America's future. Restore the family as the centerpiece of American life and protect our children. This is code for more surveillance and age gating and Palantir. I will say that. This is always code for that. Or rather, it's rhetoric for it. Dismantle the administrative state and return self-governments to the American people, which is exactly what they're doing. By defunding your fucking science organizations, defunding NASA, defunding the health organization, defunding, like, pretty much most of what they can defund. So they're following through on this. Defend our nation's sovereignty, borders, and bounty against global threats. I guess suppose the war with Iran would count. Secure our God-given individual rights to live freely, what our Constitution calls the blessings of liberty. Dismantle the administrative state and return the self-governments to the people. This is a book on exactly of how they're gonna do it, and it is such a like clear way to woke bureaucrats at the Pentagon force troops to attend training seminars about white privilege, and bureaucrats at the State Department infuse U.S. foreign aid programs with woke extremism about intersectionality and abortion. So this is the anti-DIY, fucking remove all notions of white privilege, remove all talk of intersectionality and DIY. Like, it's bold-faced. There's nothing hidden here. This is the strategy guide for, like, fucking the administration. It's not just like a Trump thing. I don't understand what it is what necessitates the vote for this, because regardless of what you think of Trump, this is what you're voting for when you vote Republican. And again, I don't have a stake in it. I'm not from the US. I'm forced to care about US policy because you could blow my country, like, off the map immediately. If Trump decided to throw a nuke, he could just kill me immediately. That is just a thing I have to live with. And you also control all media in the entire fucking world because you're the richest country in the world and you have all the billionaire interests. So you can, like, a lot of Swedish media is owned by US companies. So, unfortunately, even though it is correct to say, why do you care? Because I live in Sweden, I am forced to care about US politics to some degree. Even aside from the fact that I have friends in the US that are affected immediately. Fucking... This double security has been greatly compromised over the years. Vought writes that the modern executive branch writes federal policy, enforces that policy, and often abdicates whether that policy was properly drafted and enforced. He describes this as constitutionally dire and in urgent need of repair, adding, nothing less than the survival of self-governance in America is at stake. Which is funny, because now that they control all of the branches, I don't think this really makes sense. On its front, I don't actually disagree that it's been compromised, though. The question is how it's been compromised. I shouldn't be reading through the entire thing here. Okay, now I'm reading chat instead. Sorry, I got caught up in trying to source my questions here. Abortion is woke in the US, yes. Unfortunately. I mean, Roe v. Wade, like, what do you... Again, I shouldn't... When I have good points, I should stick to them. What do you think of Roe v. Wade? The fact that Republicans repelled this. Rather, the Republican majority Senate repelled it. What? But do you have anything concrete that you're... Like, what... Can you give me, like, 3 things that necessitate voting for Republicans? I don't know. I don't... This is the thing where... Okay. So obviously we're not going anywhere here. Like number one... You've essentially said everything I've quoted back at me as, yes, but it doesn't matter. Like, your reply to every single thing I've listed has been, yes, but it doesn't matter. Or that didn't happen. That in the sense that, like, that shit was actively pushed away by Trump. You know what? I'm currently fighting a battle in my head. And this is in a similar way to the way that I talked about accelerationism earlier, that, like, things have to get worse in order to get better, being a sign that the billionaires are winning. In a similar way, the fight I'm fighting in my head is exactly the same dichotomy, where the only reason I'm fighting it is because of a rhetoric that's been pushed on me throughout pretty much my entire life online. I feel like nothing I'm saying is going to change your mind. And I wasn't really engaged in the discussion before on a personal level. I am now that I feel like I haven't really gotten a proper argument back more than a bunch of whataboutism and random the left is worse statements. So on a policy level, this is a I wouldn't even say hypocritical way. This is the same thing as when I said vigilantism isn't endorsed, but it's a result of what's happened. The closed border policy is helpful for the economy and helped stem the bleeding. The current reforms of welfare have helped the average taxpayer and have finally started bringing the prices down. We can't afford the cost of living. Bringing in more now is just irresponsible for the current economy, if not good, at least mostly stagnant. Above, do you watch Fox News? This is a well, definitely a whataboutism, but do you watch Fox News? I'm just wondering. I suppose it doesn't matter. I feel like we wasted way too much time with this, and this discussion has been held hostage by something I didn't really particularly care for. I stated earlier that I don't think I can be friends with someone who voted for Republicans, for Trump, knowing what Trump has done. You obviously have a different set of sources and a different set of beliefs from me. And a different lived reality than I do. But given the incompatibility of them, despite the fact that I'm not particularly engaged in the Democratic Party or the left and right of the US, I am dedicated to the left and right of the world globally. As I think one of them is actively destroying the world and the other one is pathetically trying to save it. So we've reached a point now where, for my mental health, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hit the ban and the ban from the server. And then I no longer have to engage in an argument that I didn't really want to have from the start. When really I should have followed my gut or I shouldn't even follow my gut. I think it was fine not to follow the gut and let it rest. But like, if you vote Republican in the current day and argue against any leftist thought, or like all leftists thought, without any concrete like examples, like the FBS or the what's it called, the Southern Poverty Law Center is such a good example of like, it's not a counter argument. It's, if anything, it's strengthening the original argument, because like this wasn't like a leftist thing if it was engaging in fraud. It was defrauding them and stealing money from the left. So, you know, I have dedicated way more time than that deserved to dealing with that. I've had the thought to ban above like 4 or 5 times before. But I didn't do it because I think you're a fairly reasonable person, like, to chat with. But I think you hold fundamentally incompatible views of the world that are either extremely misinformed by propaganda or by ignorance, that I feel a moral need to distance, or not distance myself from, but like reject. Like, I cannot remain cordial with a Trump voter knowing all of the harm that has caused to both the world at large. Like, the way that... He's harmed me, motherfucker! He harmed me! Rolling back all the climate protection speeds up global fucking warming by a fuck ton. They're the leading fucking producers of pollution and, like, speeding up the doomsday clock. So he's actively hurting me in a very real way. So I feel a moral obligation to reject the premise here if you cannot come up with a viable counter-argument. And I feel like in that entire discussion, not a single point really addressed anything I said at all. If anything, there's the rhetorical strategy. What's their name? It's there's a really good channel called the it's not the name of the channel, but they have the right playbook. The playbook of the right. The alt-right playbook. This felt like a textbook. This felt like almost every single thing in the alt-right playbook, one after the other. You control the conversation by constantly bringing it back to the Democratic Party and how, like, random cases of fraud that weren't relevant. Like, you're constantly steering the conversation. You're always playing defense. Like, I don't know. The vibes were super off the entire time. So, that's a ban. That honestly feels pretty good. I've been annoyed by random political things like that, like off and on. I don't hold anything against above in the slightest, but from a stream perspective, it's like I'm curating the community I want to have, and I don't want to have these discussions in my community, and I'm not obligated to have them in my community. Which means that there is literally nothing stopping me from just hitting the ban button and moving on. It's both the wrong space for it, and also the type of person that has that discussion is not one I want in the community. Not the discussion at large. It can be interesting, but the way the discussion we just had happened, the rhetoric used, the points brought up in defense, it just kills the vibes, man. But I don't think I need to defend myself further. I think those who agree, agree, and those who don't. It's really simple as that. I have God-given right to curate my own community, and so I did. I apologize to the rest of you for delaying the stream for as long as I did. I intended to talk about the philosophy part, and then very, very briefly enter politics as a side that would strengthen the philosophy argument I was making earlier. I think I've lost the plot entirely on that. It's been over an hour, so, you know, it's pretty hard to circle back, to use corporate speak. But the root of it was the false dichotomy of two choices and how things have to get worse before they get better. And then I got hijacked. The conversation was controlled, you could say, into discussing the American right versus the American left for over an hour. Hope it provided some fun entertainment. I think I've had my dose of politics for today. And as such, I think we can finally play the game. I will say, Marcus, you're completely right. With the entire developed world is to blame. Look, Europe didn't have to follow suit with dismantling and not meeting their climate goals. We could all just decide to be better and leave Trump in the dust if we wanted to. But politicians and lobbyists don't want to. It's not a Trump problem, but it got worse with Trump because the US is such a large part of it because it's the richest country in the world. So, like, in terms of being, what's it called? In terms of being consumers, the US is the largest country consumption-wise in the world relative to their population by like a lot. How does the boot taste? This is what I want. I only allow bootlickers in my chat, in my stream. Also, hello, Desert Snoopy. I like that you joined in for the longest conversation, and I appreciate that you saw some arguments in the middle of it. I didn't click on any of them, but I appreciated that you did. And I agree that I don't think they were really following my train of thought at all. But again, this is the type of thing where, like, Above was reasonable to discuss things with. Like, he was, or rather, cordial is a better term. He was cordial and not particularly disruptive, but the opinion, or rather, the vibe when it goes here is so rancid that if you don't improve the vibe elsewhere, the rancid part so strongly counterweighs the positive part, it's just like an instant ban. I've done this a couple times, but this is the type of thing where when I had when I had working sleeping when I played Umineko, that was a completely different type of rancid atmosphere. Not at all political, but I should have just banned them in order to keep the vibes up. So, if anything, I'm slowly learning to click the ban button when I get bad vibes. I should just do that. I don't need to explain myself really if I don't want to. Whew. So, Cum Dump, how are you feeling? I'm sorry you didn't get a word in for a while, but we had to have a little bit of a intervention internally. Did you want to talk about something? Hello? Are you stun locked? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ramble for 2 hours. Oh no, my controller died. I tried to click through, but my controller died. Okay, can I do it now? Yes, okay. Thinking about something, Cum? I'm thinking about I'm thinking about Žižek and Hegelian philosophy and fucking accelerationism and the left versus right-wing dichotomy in the US and Donald Trump and Cum Dump wants to do a thing, but it is too big for Cum Dump, but it is important, but it is not very important, but... Slow down and start at the beginning. What is it that you want? Oh, wow, what a discussion we just had. What is it that you want? Cum Dump wants to do a niceness for children's. Oh, see. Cum Dump, I beg of you, do not segue this into more surveillance of children and online authentication and age verification. Please, whatever you do, do not... Like, I need you to not be hoodwinked by the billionaire class. I need Palantir to not have gotten its hands in you. You are uncorrupted and pure. And if this leads to me having to hand over my social security number, personnummer, into the fucking erosion database in order to protect the children anytime I want to goon, that's too far. I might have to, like, use a little bit of mind control magic on you, which makes me the bad guy. But I genuinely... Your mind is so unique. I don't know how to engage with you on a level where I could make you understand without cheating. Please. I'm so scared. Because of fightings and confusions, there's some children with nobody to help them, and this is very sad. You're still safe. Kamda wants to make a place to help them be happy, even if they have many problems. An orphanage? Yihilin and other nations do operate some of those, and you could help if you wanted. Kamdam did not explain well. There are already nice people to take care of them. But Kamdam wants to make a place for them to learn things and become nice and grow big. Kamdam, if you advocate for private schools, if you're trying to gut funding to public schooling and you're trying to form your own private school to siphon the necessary infrastructure and the money needed, I will be so cross with you. A school? Yes, maybe that is the word. But, Kamdam wants it to be a school for different children. Kamdam, if you're trying to make a segregated school in 2026, you're going to need a really fucking good explanation. Those who are very big or very smart can already find niceness, but others might be confused. Okay. Making a school for impoverished communities is not morally wrong on its face. It can be corrupted, but I'm still listening. I think I'm getting a clearer picture. We might be able to do something along those lines. Is the Simon sure? Kamdamp knows that a school needs many things that Kamdamp is not good at. Like money things and building things, and we're all happy to help you, Kum. Why don't we talk with everyone? Could it work? Economically, yes. Kum seems to understand things can't be run according to her logic, but I'm unsure about these recruitment policies. Give it to me straight. It's not looking at, like, the gender and being like, what are we doing here? I believe she may be seeing succubi who can't engage with the standard schooling in sexual magic, which we do already have to some degree. Okay. Chat, I think we're safe. I think we're safe. Perhaps. Well, however the magic part works, the math will work out if we allow some noble students as well. The idea is viable. It wouldn't really take all that much public funding, especially since Kum seems to have in mind a small school. Kumdam thinks it's good to have lots and lots and lots of niceness, but understands we do not have infinite niceness. So I recently read a short story. I reread it. I read it many years ago, but I reread it. It's called Those Who Walk Away from Omelas. And I've mentioned it before, but the core thesis of Those Who Walk Away from Omelas is, in my mind, that we as people have been conditioned by the world around us to find goodness childish and evil intelligent and multifarious, varied and interesting. Whereas goodness is childlike and dumb and uninformed even. To the point that we can't imagine a fully good society. A society only makes sense if it is evil to some degree. This is shown in Those Who Walk Away from Omelas with the titular Omelas, which is the scapegoat that takes on all the suffering. But crucially, the story paints the perfect city before introducing the scapegoat and asks the reader, does the city seem more plausible now that you know that someone there is suffering for the goodness that the rest is experiencing? So what Kumdump is doing here is she's engaging with a literary analysis of the world. So maybe it's nice to have a different kind of niceness. You're saying you want your program not to overlap with the good works we're already doing? Yes, those are smart words for Kumdump's thinkings. Kum is more financially literate than most economists. She understands that nothing is infinite. You know, that goes in the banger tab, because out of context, the fire context is insanely good. That is a giga banger in my mind. If we can avoid redundancy, that removes my only potential concern about the plan. It's just a question of properly setting our scope. I think the system already works well for the academically gifted, so the question is, who could be helped most? It's crazy how much of a fantasy world this is when the academically gifted don't end up despising the school system by the end of it. Like, that's crazy. We already do a reasonably good job of providing work for those with different skills. There are lots of new opportunities in business or construction, after all. God, I'm so... I won't say I'm so worried, because I have a very small viewer base, but it's really funny that whenever I put like politics in the title, that's the only time I get dislikes on the video. I hope someone clicks on the VOD for this and just listens to me talk politics for an hour just to like hate me like to such an insane degree. I don't think it's very likely to happen now because I have such a small viewer base. But because this is The Last Sovereign, it wouldn't be surprising if someone who doesn't follow me at all would do that because they play the game and want to watch someone stream the game. I wonder if a VOD viewer is going to get to this one and then just be like, oh man, I thought I was watching Peak. Instead, it turns out I'm watching trash. Downvote. Write a long comment in the chat, in the YouTube comments about how you betrayed my trust. I do feel that there are some gaps in Succubus roles, but they're mostly getting along well enough. Well, to be fair, I will say the root of all evil online and offline and really everywhere is the urge that has been instilled in people to constantly appeal to everyone and therefore not allow themselves to have any friction. It's the commercialization of the internet, and me saying that I'm worried that people are going to find out about my politics is in itself me engaging in the act of sanding off my rough edges and my own identity in order to appeal to the largest amount of people, which I would like to believe that I'm antithetical to and try my best to locate. So if anything, if you don't like my politics, fuck you. I hope you die. I think Kum wanted a school for those who think outside the boxes that are already well serviced. Yes, Cumdump does not see any boxes, but she thinks that Simon is right. That might be possible. There are always some who are gifted, but struggle to use those gifts in other systems. So you have in mind a childhood program to help them adapt to those challenges? We could model it off the programs already in place across the Shal Estates and Takkan. I suppose it wouldn't really require additional control, since we already have so much influence on those institutions. Rather, you own the world. We should keep it relatively quiet so it doesn't seem like a prestige program, and can focus on those who need it most. I think the text is lying to me now. I think, in fact, they're going to make these schools and provide a subpar education intentionally in order to weed out the less good races from the world. Because that's the logical conclusion to make when you target a low-income, low-privilege area with a public good, is thinking that it's part of a great conspiracy to slowly replace the population. Perhaps it shouldn't be gated by testing, but rather an option that becomes available to those who need it. I still have some questions about the exact focus of the school, but it could work. Cumdum's friends are helping with all the problems that were too big for Cumdum's head. But Cumdum knows that buildings require monies and workings and, nails? Is it too hard? The construction costs should be trivial, especially compared to the question of staff. There must be many nice and understanding people. Nice like the harem, but not the harem, because we must help many other people. I think we have a basic plan. Perhaps we should let Kum think more about this exact vision as it's established. It probably makes the most sense to do this in Yihilin, given its central location and relative stability. We should be able to renovate unused buildings in the slums of Yihilana. Come now, we'll go there and think very hard. Wasn't I... Isn't this right next to Miguel's? Yeah, well, it's a merchant. Oh, it's gonna be in the slums. It's gonna be in the slums, whereas this is the merchant district. Yeah, makes sense, makes sense. We really do favor Yihilana. It's kind of fucked up, you know. I know about like paying, or rather repaying the good that the city's done for you, but like, couldn't we have put it in like Rodak or something? I feel like they deserve some reprieve after all their suffering. Can't we put a like school for the disenfranchised there, given the suffering that they are experiencing? They haven't even rebuilt yet. We'd get more kids there than we would anywhere else. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. I gotta BRB and go to the bathroom and also refill my drink. I've been talking way more like speed run or rapid fire than I normally do, so I'm pretty parched, even though I've had like a full liter of water already. I might need some salt to actually absorb the water. I might need to drink a little bit of a salt solution. Yeah, no, it's not for the disenfranchised. I'm making a... Or well... I need to look up the exact definition of disenfranchised. Because in my head, having a school system that can't engage with your problems and accommodate for them. Oh yeah, right. Disenfranchisement can also refer to the revocation of power or control of a particular individual, community, or being to the natural amenity they have. That is, to deprive of a franchise of a legal right or some privilege or inherent immunity. Yeah, so in my mind, when you are special ed and you aren't provided any help for it, you are disenfranchised from education, is how I view it in my head. I don't know if that's actually correct terminology, if that works, but education is a human right. So I think it's correct, but that's how I've seen it. I guess technically you do have access to education, it just isn't something you can engage with. But I think that counts as disenfranchisement. I don't know if that's a popular opinion, but I include special ed people in disenfranchised. I'm talking like really poor kids that, you know, don't get the support they need at home and therefore fall behind in school. I'm talking intellectual disability. I'm talking social problems. I'm talking like all the reasons that you would fail out of school in real life. You know, I could just have the wrong definition, the wrong terminology there. I accept that. That's completely fair. I have a question. Oh my god. Kirby? Hello, Kirby. This might be the worst or most confusing stream to join in the middle of all time. Well, number one, Above is banned from the Discord and the channel, permanently. Yeah, that's. Let's just say I just started playing and we skipped Gamedall today. I've had one dialogue. I talked to Kum in the corner here. And I skipped Gamedall, yet it has taken 2 hours and 40 minutes. Yeah. Yeah. You... This might be... the most... what the fuck stream. But it's funny, because... none of it's reflected in where we are in-game. It's not like it's related to the game at all. But yeah, he's perma-banned. So yeah, that wasn't my question though. My question was, I'm pretty parched and I've already drank a lot of water, so now I can't like. I feel like my problem is I'm not absorbing the water. Chips are insanely salty, right? Or crisps if you're from the UK, fucking creep. Not creep, fucking bloke. Can I eat chips to supplement my salt levels so that I have a better, like, ability to take up the water? Because, like, normally I do a really fucking disgusting salt solution in the water. Like, I just mix salt and water to help with that. But could I just eat, like, a couple chips? Yeah, sorry, I pronounced it wrong. It's never wrong to eat chips. I'm fucking crunching right now. Numb. They're super salty. Like, it's sour cream and onion, but that's like 90% salt. It's always 90% salt on these motherfuckers. Like, 2% of the bag's weight is salt. They're on... oh my god. Kirby, I'm on a banning spree. I think it's time. I bet Above would claim that his ban is equally unwarranted as if I were to ban you right now, which I'm not gonna do. You know, I'm just gonna... load this one, because I don't feel like adding 40 minutes of playtime to this conversation. There, that's 40 minutes of playtime. I'm not gonna ban you, Kirby. I think you're one of the, like, least bannable people in this, community. Like, I'll put it this way. There are... You... God, I hate to word this, like, out loud, because I feel like that's inviting really bad things, but, you've had good enough vibes for so long that the amount of fuck-ups you'd have to do in order for me to ban you, given my ban aversion, is really, really high. Like, the number is really large, so... or the severity, of course, but... I would like you not to... How did you keep it going for 2 hours? Apparently it's peak, from what I hear. So, you know... I also have a sneaking suspicion I had more viewers than I've ever had streaming this game before. Just based on who talked in chat at various points. Well, yeah. It started with Žižek, the philosopher. And then it went bad. Looks like we won't be able to withhold any assets from the coming conflict. I enjoy a good goon game. Thank you, Blue. What the fuck? How? Unironically, the VOD is probably pretty fun. I don't know. It's gonna be so weird when I upload it, dude. I'm gonna upload this VOD. What do I even fucking title it? Žižek, Politics and Banning a Shatter. That's the title of this video. Looks like we won't be able to withhold any assets from the coming conflict. Let me update on the investigation. Or on the investments. Yeah, I'm gonna keep playing now. I'm sorry. I needed a mental reset. It takes a while to like get out of the zone I was in. Succubus Val in Helvena, yes. Last Lord followers in the same city. Takan. So Helvena, Takan, Rodak. Wait, what's that? Was that? You'd need to check in Kant. Okay. Stenai. Interesting. Yeah. Well, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying skip 2 hours and 56 minutes. However, I will provide a timestamp. I'm gonna, for the first time on the VOD, I'm gonna provide a game start timestamp. Hey, Simon. That conflict could easily have torn Arkland apart politically. Our work hasn't been done for nothing. I'm glad to see you well, Simon. That sounds like a grueling ordeal. I was gonna say, when we last left off, Genmila said that what I should do first is start all the character quests so that we have them. So I should talk to all my harem members. So that's what we're doing now. You owe me all kinds of crazy shit now. I hope that was the last time I need to pilot the Doom King armor. Haven't we seen... What? Oh! There's a new one. Father. Robin, I thought I'd lost you. I'm here, Father. I'm sorry, am I holding too tight? You can hold me as long as you want. Aww. Valuable books. Private collection. There's 2 more bookshelves that are like designed for one character. Why is this one glassed? Technically, these are for Ulrissa, but we'll definitely get our hands on them eventually. Ulrissa stole our bookshelf space and fucking put a lock and key on them? How homeless are you? Motherfucker, move out! We have a homeless demigod stealing our... We need to kill this motherfucker. Lady Eliani doesn't really need my services, but I'm happy to help out wherever I can. Sorry that I wasn't able to do more to assist during the war. Hopefully we'll return to a time of diplomacy soon. Clearly we need to take care of the Mother of the Elves permanently. God, I love Aurelius. She's the best. Thank you for prioritizing the library along with everything else. If we survive this, we'll be able to begin wondrous research. Yeah. Oh, do I have shards? Oh, no divine shards. You may proceed with your regular activities as if I'm not present. Did I talk to the gods of magic? Let me know if you want... Oh yeah, this was an investment. Tower magic, right. How many demigods were basically homeless in Greek mythos? 1 is too many. Ah, I was too distracted by you during the war. Keep yourself safe next time and I'll give it my full power. Have I got new stuff here? There's no myth where they actually dealt with property tax, no? I feel like they give gifts enough times, and I don't feel like Ulrissa has given us gifts yet that will warrant her staying. Anyways, gonna sleep. Good luck with the rest of the stream. Thank you. Hopefully by the time you watch the VOD, it'll be regular gameplay the entire time through, and not whatever the fuck the first 2 hours and 40 minutes were. Oh god, I can't lie. This makes me a... Does this make me a bad person? Like, I've always had, like, an extra eye on above because of the claim of, like, first stream they did, like, I voted right-wing, and I just didn't engage with it. I was like, okay, whatever. That happens sometimes. I'm not gonna fucking shoot frame 1, which maybe I will eventually, like, now, because obviously even the most reasonable person that votes right-wing out of necessity in the US is not worth having an argument with. But I had an extra eye on him since then, and the vibe has been a little off occasionally. So it is so nice to have him banned. Like, it's unironically a weight off my shoulders. I will say, if you watch my stream and someone makes you uncomfortable in chat or in Discord or anywhere else, you can DM me privately, and I will probably... Like, obviously, you can't... If I get the sense you're weaponizing it, I'll probably ask some follow-up questions, but on its face, I will believe you, and I will probably just send a ban, because, like, I don't want people like that in my stream, and I'd prefer that people feel comfortable. Like, even if someone's, like, a soft bigot, I say that as in, like, they're not openly bigoted, but, you know, the vibes are off in a way where they're not outright using the talking points, but they're also not using the talking points. It's like, you can talk with me. Did you already rewatch Orb? I have not rewatched Orb, no. Orb, the moments of the, or the movements of the earth. Nope. Unfortunately. We just watched Lance vs. Saber and Zero last Anime Saturday. It was so good. Have Psych not seen Zero? I need to tune in for those, because Zero is so good. It's like the best entry point into Fate, for sure. There are many sparkly ladies who need happiness from Simon. Comdom knows that the Simon is very sad. Maybe the Simon wants to do the talk-ins? No, I'd really like to hear your thoughts. Okies. And Comdom thinks it is sad to be away from nice people, and maybe this deep, deep sadness, but now is back, and so Comdom wants to hug, and... We're all rewatching it? Okay, so it's not a first-time view. Tragic. Oh yeah, in the Discord, I linked a article on, or a review of this game. You should link it to, let me reply to it so it's at the top. You should link that to Eddie, because the final point of that article, or why did I say article? It's because I was talking politics earlier. The blog post is how much it fucking sucks to fuck Robin. Blah 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 blah. But all of this pales in comparison to having to fuck your adoptive daughter. Lahija. I would have dropped this game once I learned this if it weren't for the 100 hours of sunk cost. Yes, it is mandatory. This guy did not like that. I think Eddie would have liked this review. And all the orcs were hurt by evil sparklies, and Comdom said no, but it was hard because of no-face meanie, and then Talkie Orc was helpful, and... But not everything that looks pretty tastes pretty, and Comdom thinks that it is strange that it's the way the world is, unless the sparklies are made yummy. Yeah, I really like the... It's not a guide, but it's a good review. I think it soft-spoiled me, in the sense that it said the ending is a little unsatisfactory. It didn't give any specifics, but it was like, it wishes there were more to do with the characters. So I soft-spoiled myself on that, which is a little tragic. I didn't mean to keep reading, but it was too engaging to stop. But nothing specific was spoiled, thankfully. The... what's the word? The I'm also more okay with it, because I know that there's post-game stuff coming, right? Our orcs performed above par, but there was too much distracting magic. I guess the standard evaluation is no longer relevant. Time for more diverse orc objectives. If you have dialogue that matters, I'm going to be so surprised. In the forests, they actually listened to me. I can hardly believe it. Good for you. I feel I underperformed in Incubus War, but I'll be more prepared for the final battle. Maybe I'll be able to enjoy it more, like with Karina. My brain is fried after 2 hours of politics discussion. I don't know what exactly you're referring to with enjoy it more, like with Karina. Oh, you're talking about what Kum said. You're talking about what Kum said. Yeah. I'm sorry. No, you're not. It's fine, it's whatever. I don't need reading comprehension. Reading comprehension needs me. Reading comprehension needs me to keep moving. Gosh, it's not going to be safe to travel for a while, is it? It's lovely to work in such a well-organized household. I appreciate your work, Iris. Wait, I have to have gotten... Okay, that's a every time dialogue. I was like, I have to have gotten that dialogue before. We need to get the final member there. Our foes are not intractably nefarious. It seems to me that this entire conflict could conceivably have been avoided had there been rigorous discussion. The discussion was rigorous enough. I agree that he wasn't intractably nefarious, but I don't think the conflict could conceivably have been avoided, unfortunately. Sounds good, Kirby. I hope desperately that the need for armies has finally passed, though this does not obviate the need for violence. I love the word obviate. Obviate is so fun to say. I've only used it, like, to be a smartass and to talk over someone's head, but it's so fun to say. It's troubling that such abstract magical battles have such a substantial impact on the world we all care about. Simon, the request I have for you is somewhat more involved than a personal favor. I'm certainly open to hearing it. What is it? I've been thinking about legacy, what I might leave behind, in the best or worst cases. I find myself thinking not just about unpeople, but unsuccubi, how our wars have led us to abandon part of ourselves. I understand you were completely happy with your decision. And I am, without question. But others aren't, and no unsuccubi were happy with what was done to them. The current generation remembers those scars and won't repeat them, but the next, will it recur in 1,000 years? I'd like to believe the peace we might establish will be lasting, but I understand. Over centuries, the world could be entirely reorganized, and we might see new factions returning to war. Yes, and once that happens, the temptation to strip their souls to make weapons may be too great. You think... Stupid joke. Stupid joke. This is just working at a weapons manufacturer in modern times. I work for a missile corporation. Yeah, you strip your soul to make weapons. I know how it be. Maybe you'll be in... Oh, okay, yeah, Yeah, makes sense, makes sense. I did enjoy Karina there. But what are you comparing it to? Oh, are you saying Orb? Are you saying that, like, you'll enjoy it more, like, with Karina? Oh, whatever. Why do I say whatever? It's fine. This is like a anti-streamer thing, where it's like, inexperienced streamer. I have to say whatever, like, the conversation is done here. No, it's not. You can keep feeding me information, because this is a disconnected space. And I can keep reading the story, and then return to the discussion on the side. I don't need to go, whatever, like I'm dismissing you every time I return to the game. That just sounds really rude for no reason. What I'm really trying to communicate is, I will... while I wait for more clarification, I will return to the game and keep reading. Maybe you'll also enjoy the ending more by connecting some more progress. Oh, you're referring to the ending. Yeah, I agree. 100%. I don't take it for granted that the ending is bad or anything. It was specifically like he wanted more like post-game stuff, and like there wasn't really a conclusion to some characters, stuff like that. And that felt like a little bit of a spoiler. But also, they're going to make a post-game patch at some point. I think it's actually fairly soon. I've seen the Patreon post for it, that it's well underway. So, when the post-game comes out, I guess it, won't matter. See it with love. I agree. God. I hate to say it. So much of the 2 hours spent on politics and philosophy was me arguing, you need to see the world with love. And above arguing, essentially, it's not realistic, or rather, my group views the world with more love than you do. No, obvious. It's a bad analogy, but I definitely feel like for the most part of that, and even before with Žižek, I was arguing that you need to view the world with love. Oh no, what has Himeko done to me? It's fucking cooked. You think we can prevent that future? Not exactly. I want to do more research on soul removal. Not what I expected. Maybe slightly counterintuitive, but I think the logic is sound. Policy and peace are both fleeting, but power is inevitable. I want to research better processes that won't leave unpeople mangled or destroy unsuccubious minds. Isn't the correct plural unsuccubi minds? I guess unsuccubus minds work too. But I was thinking unsuccubi minds was correct here. Then if future generations reach for this weapon, they will grasp a more humane one. I respect the concept, but it's quite an endeavor. Is now the best time? Now is the only time. We have an entire generation of unpeople and unsuccubi who could contribute to the work. Would it be ethical to repeat those experiments to produce more? No. I say we advance now, when the sacrifice is already made. But I don't think you'd want to leave these behind as super weapons for a future age. No, I believe we should use our power to create something that explicitly isn't one, just a perfected process. I think this is very fair. You are allowing people to opt out of sexuality, which I think would be warranted in our world as well. I think it would be very, very hard to make policy for it in a similar way that it is very hard to advocate for like allowing someone to advocate for like a lethal injection. It's like a much less severe version of that. But no, I really don't think it should be anyone else's business. I think maybe I really don't. Yeah, I guess I don't think it's a problem at all in any way. Wow. Centuries of brainwashing falling off me like a shroud. I guess my core problem is just... asking the question, what causes you to feel that way? Because, like, people are born ace. And being born ace is completely fine. But being like, I have sexual thoughts, and I have a sexuality, and I'm attracted to X and Y, which I don't want to be, I think is... Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with being ace. But I think there's probably negative root causes to wanting to abandon a sexuality. There's probably warranted cases, like there are those that are attracted to minors and stuff like that. Like, I would definitely understand being like, hey, this is actively harmful, it is ruining my life, it's ruining people's lives around me, I don't feel like, you know, it's unsafe, etc, etc. I could see arguments like that, but just imagining a random adult being like, no, I don't want to be gay anymore, I don't want to be straight anymore, I don't want to be whatever anymore, I want to be ace. I don't want to care about sexuality ever. I feel like that's tragic on some level. But I guess I don't really have a argument against it. It's mostly just... I hope it's examined why you want to do it. But as long as it's by an adult, or someone... Yeah, an adult, I think, would have to be for it. It's not the same as, like... as transitioning, I don't think, which I do think minors should be allowed to do. This is, one, completely reversible, which transitioning isn't, but also it's like not a process, it's like a one-time instant transition type of thing. So I would want you to probably be like an adult before you make the decision. But if you're an adult and you want to, I don't think anyone should stop you. In fact, this is probably a net good. Interesting hypothetical. Say someone goes through an insane amount of trauma. Say it's sexual trauma. Their relationship to sex changes to be extremely perilous for the rest of their lives. Something that happens in real life all the time. There are so many people, especially women, in therapy for this throughout almost their entire lives. Like, they struggle with intimacy and all this stuff. If you had a button that just removed sexuality entirely, it wouldn't remove the trauma, but it would probably make it easier to deal with. I think an adult should be allowed to press that button. I don't even think they should necessarily have to justify themselves to do so. So I think this is completely fair. I don't know why I reacted negatively, or I can guess at why I reacted negatively first, but there's no real intrinsic reason why this has to be, like, a bad thing. I think on some level, I just view sexuality and sexual expression as a core part of human identity, and abandoning it is tragic. Don't take that in the wrong way, where I say that ace people aren't fucking, like, humans, which is the least charitable read of what I just said. But I do think eroticism and sexuality is core to being a person. Even if you can't be attracted to another person. So, saying I don't want it anymore is tragic to me, but I also don't have anything against... Like, I don't have a reason to stop it, so it's fine. I think every adult should be allowed to do this in a hypothetical world. I've thought it through. I've gained a new opinion. I don't know if this is different from how other people do this, but this is how I, like, get opinions in general. Where, like, I will argue with myself about it until I settle on an opinion that I have, and then I sort of just have it until it's under examination again with new information. And I do it in exactly this way, where, like, I'll argue with myself out loud about it, or in my head. So I've gained a new opinion. It's like a RPG item. I gain a new equipable accessory. It's called fucking, or no fucking is what it's called. It's called the no fucking button, the no sex button. Can you believe I'm autistic? Unpeople who resist sexual magic without losing everything, and unsuccubi who resist anti-sexual magic. I could hope that these two weapons would cancel out the need for either, but I'm not quite that optimistic. I also do that, thank God. See, you're accruing good boy points, so now you can do one more horrible tragedy or, like, irredeemable act in chat before you get banned. Now that I understand you, I'm on board. It's an admirable goal. But not a simple one. If we're trying to improve the process, then it isn't simply a matter of our own expertise. I know. We'll need support from across the world, including both factions. Don't worry, if you approve of the idea, I'll do my best to set everything up myself. Do you know the best part about banning above? His insane delay won't spoil the game anymore. Huzzah! It's fucking saved. And I also won't have to argue with a shadow. I won't have to shadow box with an argument formed from myself 2 minutes ago that I've now since forgotten. Go ahead. Let's see if we can't pull this off. I have things partially set up, but we need to go talk to my contacts in Ardford. Should be manageable. Where? The Holy Knight's headquarters. Nice. Yeah, we should definitely talk to everyone, so we don't have to go back everywhere afterwards. Simon, I wanted to say that with the recent arrivals, I believe our staff is completely sufficient. Though others would not get in the way, please do not feel obligated to find anyone else. We are all quite happy with this balance. We're not turning this in yet, are we? We're exploring the entire open world and then checking if we got a 10th member before turning this in. I ain't doing... This does not sound optimal. Glad to hear it. Also, 9 is the wrong number. It has to hit 10. Everyone knows you hit 10. Glad to hear it. Just let me know if any new needs come up. Good job organizing everything, Fuani. Seems like you deserve a reward. You don't say. A day off for everybody. Let us take care of you instead. I'll admit you got the better of me, mistress. Though I have no complaints. That could be nice. I suppose we should move the... I suppose I'm not supposed to plan that either, am I? Nope, we'll take everything off your hands. You can give me a list of anything that you'd be more uncomfortable not coordinating. Yeah, okay, I guess. Never mind, the quest finished itself. Happy Bunny, recruit enough base staff to help Fuani. I thought there would be one left. Thank you, mistress. This is only the beginning. In the beginning. We'll all remember that day for a long time. The day that I definitely read and know what happened. But it's your daily consideration that makes this job rewarding. Aww. Simon, I have a request with both personal and practical implications. Straight to business, I see. It actually began with a very abstract bit of magical research, but I've pivoted in light of the common challenges. So, what is it? The Incubus Emperor's old domain has been gradually reclaimed for years, but a few locations remain tainted. Not on an obvious physical level, you understand, but he left deeper magical scars that haven't yet healed. I understand the concept at least. You think we should do something about them? Specifically, I would like to investigate and clear the tower space beneath the old palace. Given everything he did there, not to mention the shards used in the battle, I can imagine that being difficult. It shouldn't be a long process, but the tower magic will likely be highly potent and dangerous. I've had this in mind as a potential project ever since the war ended, but I wasn't sure we could handle it before. Is this the Giga Mega Super Dungeon? This is gonna be the Giga Mega Super Duper Terra Dungeon. Hopefully we can clear up that last vestige, then. It isn't purely psychological. Magically working against such complex corruption should help us develop new spellcraft for the final battle. So it's mandatory. Do we need anything then? Just our usual combat preparations. We can access it via Takan. I'll keep that in mind. Simon, I've been thinking a lot. about what impact I really want to have. Might I suggest any impact? And can we go back to where this all began? For us, I mean. When I was a stock parody of a healer in the hero party in a harem hentai game. And I was a flanderization of the clueless healer that is sexually objectified by the main character with no thoughts of their own, hopelessly out of the depth. Can we go back to then? I mean, it's not that different from what we're at now, so it shouldn't be that hard. Like, I'll just get a little dumber. Or I guess it's not that much dumber, but like I'll meet you there. Okay. Simon, I've been thinking. This is a first. Munch, did you just join? You would enjoy the VOD. You specifically would really enjoy the VOD. I need you to understand, we started playing 40 minutes ago. 35 minutes ago. I skipped Game Duel, and it's been... Let me put it this way. Above is banned. Above is banned from the Discord and the channel. It's been a long stream. You would really enjoy the VOD, I think. You specifically, the vibe I get from you is you would enjoy that type of content. It would be a good time. Oh my god. This might be the most insane VOD we've ever had. I wish I could find even better items for you. You're facing such terrible tries. Like, we're 3 hours in and I haven't exited the base yet. Yes, I skipped Game Duel, and it's still been 3 hours before we started playing. I'm not kidding. It's not even in any way... It's not even in any way an exaggeration of time. I'm looking at the timestamps. You do have some attractive unsuccubi here. Maybe I can relax now that Astera is happier. Intense as that was, it reminded me of the importance of the human. Individual actions still mattered, even amid all the magic. Okay, racist, or speciest. Importance of the human. What about the succubi? I'm kidding, I'm kidding. I'm being a Twitter user, an X user. Bad faith interpretations. Went to gathering, saw many orcs, but we bigger. Hi, Daddy. We might be facing some big threats, but I think we're equal to the task. How about the orcs? We'll get there. I talked to the orcs at the bottom. This is it. I feel like if we're not well prepared, there's no way we can make it through. The orcs of Takan gave me that. I'm not sure what to think. Weird to have them act grateful. Yeah, so there's nothing new here. Verily, that was a quest well worth the questing. All looked upon me and their jaws dropped in wonder. We approach an ending, and all declare that they know what it means. I am less certain. Like the most ominous line of dialogue to get toward the end of the game. Dude. This character has only existed to be the coldest motherfucker in the room at all times. Like, Stark has been the coldest motherfucker this entire game, and he continues to drop insane banger lines. Absolute goat. So what are we doing next? I was thinking of spending some time in Takan, but I don't know. The fucking voice has drifted so far, it's unrecognizable. I'm starting to lose my voice from earlier, so, you know, it is what it is. Have I done all the higher members? What higher members do I need to talk to that aren't in the base? What the fuck? What do you need? We're finally within stabbing destiny of distance. We can't let up now. Sometimes I can't believe the sort of things that come out of my mouth. What about the things that go into your mouth? Oh, I can believe those. Gnasta, do you hate me? Are you gonna vote Republican? I feel like I've lost my grip on something within me, yet it's swelling with every day. Oh yeah, that comment makes no sense to you, Munch. Oh no. Oh no, watching the VOD is gonna be a trip for you for sure. Oh, we're gonna hit 100 on her. Let's go. Let's go. Simon, I want to talk. Yes? I thought about saying that I had faith in you, or something like that. I was trying to decide if it was too silly. I know I've been through some difficult times and expressed a lot of doubt, so I wanted to make it clear where we stand. I view you as a friend. I'm sorry. It's just a friend. But faith is the conviction of things unseen, and I realized that was the wrong word. I believe in you would be a better, but what is she gonna use here that would better... I trust you, is what she's gonna say. It's not I have faith in you, I have absolute trust in you. Because I've seen your actions so clearly. You've been beside me the entire time, more steady than my anger or even my faith. Karina. Thank you, Simon. Thank you so much. It has been a pleasure. I only wish I could have done more to reduce your unhappiness. That's part of my problem, isn't it? I've always been looking for someone to give me the answers. It took literally meeting Ivala for me to realize that such answers would never actually make me happy. Now, I'm not sure that I can fully agree with your philosophy of meaning only being defined by us, but I respect it. There's plenty of room for disagreement there. But that's one thing I wanted to make clear. The answers that we find together are one thing I can place my trust in. They may not be perfect, but what is? So those who walk away from Omelas is a short story. Karina. Whatever else happens going forward, let's always maintain faith in one another. Yippee! Finally, earn Karina's loyalty. Personal devotee. That is very cute. Sometimes I wonder whether Dot was better than all these answers. Just the term personal devotee is just the wrong vibes for me. But I know it's meant in a cute way, but like... that to me is like a sex role-playing term name. Not a... like, I wouldn't want a devotee. I want a partner, not a devotee. But I get what they mean, because like devotee religiously, but like, I wouldn't want to be worshipped either. I hope we can remake the Inquisition soon. Let's go back to Steinfort as soon as possible. It's an equal relationship, Karina. Stop being devoted to me in this sense. Oh well, you can be devoted as like a partner too. No, I know, the conversation and the name is different. The conversation led to exactly... The conversation was insanely cute. I'm saying the name, the title, I have the wrong connotations to. But I realize that you can be devoted to your partner in a... It doesn't have to be religious. It's just because it's religious coded that's what I'm projecting on it. But the actual text of what they said was insanely cute. Feels good to be king of the chat, of the channel. We have a bunch of quests now. What could we reasonably be missing? I guess there's... Oh, I haven't talked to you. I fear that Cyrantia's fate... That's not what that conversation led to. Oh, I read that as my... I see. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. That's an ambiguous way to say it. You could have said, that title is not what the conversation led to, and I wouldn't have been confused. This is your fault. I am subtracting one good boy point, and you can now commit one less atrocity before I ban you. Fear me and my banhammer. I fear that Cyrantia's fate has likely been set. I pray that we have done enough. Anyone else down here? Sex room? We built this fucking sex room. And I haven't used it. I need to use the sex room more. By the way, Vala, I think I can add a little more support to your task. Of course, we put what we can behind you, but I was reviewing the work we did for Dari's transformation and came up with some new ideas. Ones that could be useful to the international effort without magic on our level. Ways to avoid clear pitfalls that harm the subjects, I think. And thank you very much, Riala. I'll have them incorporated into the plans. Neat. Oh, I know where to go. I know where to go next. Well, I'll double check Ivala first. I'll double check. I didn't talk to anyone here, so I should do this as well. This counts as being in my hideout. That square was a quest box, I don't know. Simon, I've been at work on something. Just let me summon her. Just let me summon her, the cousin to just let me solo her. Should I be worried about the two of you plotting? Us? Would we ever do something that could possibly be considered manipulative? I'm so stun-locked right now. You don't understand. This would be funny if it weren't for the fact that you acted insane girl boss gaslight gatekeep earlier and said, I'm not manipulating you. Are you joking? Or is this a serious attempt at manipulation? Just kidding. I wonder if Rebellion, the other playthrough or whatever, exploded on this one too. I skipped to his discussion of the, or like when he got to the Evalan dialogue because someone, was it above that told me that he hated it? So I skipped to his opinion of it. It was really funny how different our takes are. He really does not like the way Evala's story is told. I think it's pretty good. It's one of those, it's perfect example of why I'm happy I haven't watched any content on the game, because if you get someone else's opinion first, it can poison your own opinion. I had my own opinion there because I, played the game and had my own experiences and the things I focused on. Details are gonna slip through the crack and they're gonna be different for everyone. But if I'd watched his opinion first, that would have very heavily colored my own opinion. When can I fuck you, Ivala? That is what's highest up on my, as the player, priority list. Not for any, Pokemon catching reasons, just because I find you attractive. Come on, Simon. You should be thinking threesomes, not plots. Though in this case, we've been working on a magical project that should help us against our opponents. What do you have? You're familiar with the divine-seeming swords that the Chosen used to wield, yes? Oh, I remember. I trust that you weren't actually bestowing those. No, they aren't fragments of my power, but rather applications of it, converting regular magic into divine matter. Huh? Gonna have to stew over the complication, or the consequences of that statement for a little bit. Hester wasn't the first person to do this, using Chosen to explore dangerous environments, but she did vastly increase the number of them. It's unironically the funniest plot point in the entire game that Hester is the one spawning the Chosen, because Hester was acting so apologetic to Simon babysitting the Chosen, which is so funny when she's the one who giga spawned all the Chosen. Why the fuck are they assholes? Because Hester uses them as walking nukes. Well, we'll see. I think that's... Oh, they talked about using them in a tower sense to steal personality from the people around them. Why are they assholes in chapter 1? I swear there was a part of that explanation. They're probably gonna explain it more here, but I swear that Hester was I used them to kind of get a implant of a personality. They absorb personality around them. So they just are, I guess they're like that because that's the template and that's the average personality in the world. I don't know. or around them. I don't know the details. Well, hopefully they go into it more, because I am curious why they're assholes. I feel like they soft explained it, but it's not good enough for me to remember it, which means that it's not a good enough explanation to be warranted. If I can't remember the explanation when it's something I've cared about the entire game, it's not a good enough one. So hopefully we get a better one, or a more detailed one. The important thing is that, since you've been collecting some of these swords, we can use the stored matter for better uses. Since we have Ivala herself here, could we create more? I might discuss that with you later, but not easily. The process is destructive. But again, nothing is stopping us from using divine matter already created. It would be irresponsible not to. Seems profitable then? Fuck do you mean? The swords don't do anything. They will now. This is the vendor for the swords. Do you have a research plan for this, or can we already choose what to create? Dude, this is the most corporate speak Simon has ever been. This is legit, like, can we circle back to this? Seems profitable then. Do you have a Teams meeting booked already, or can we already choose what action to take? Can we plan right here? Or do we circle back to this later? The problem is that it's hard to do experiments, since the only viable materials are irreplaceable. For that reason, I think we'd better work our way upwards carefully so that nothing is wasted. I've already bestowed my blessings on Wendy, so she should be able to handle the rest of the process. All glory to Ivala! You came on board surprisingly quick, Simon. Getting a little mind controlled, are you? Ha! But I'm not sure the church will want to add bestower of equipment to my titles. It's just a little bit of good fun. A bit of a jipe. A bit of a laugh. Good fellows, you gotta have a sense of humor. Just let me know when you're ready to start. Is this a one-time thing? You just, like, the number you have? Alright, let's do some divine alchemy. Created the Dole Ring. This is a disappointment. Okay, so no, you get here. Well, it wasn't funny. Sounds like your butt hurt. This is why every normal person hates the leftists. They can't even laugh at some fucking humor. It's fucked up. No one takes you seriously, Kirby. You need to like understand that it's just a joke, okay? It's just rage bait. This is a disappointment. The ring has some defensive properties, but I distilled down 5 whole swords only to create this. Few great works are completed on the first try. We have more than enough to try again. Fear of this sort of thing was why I wanted to wait until I was restored. But you're right, I've learned a lot, so I can do even better the next time. Okay. Thank you for telling me that I should wait with this until you're restored. Like, your cohesion is fucking 75%. We can probably get you to 100. Either we do this in the post-game, or we do it, like, when you hit 100 cohesion. What else are you gonna use them for? I'm gonna wait until you're fucking... You level your professions to fucking 350. You're sitting here at 250 and you're like, oh, but I only have 150. I only have journeyman smithing unlocked. I need fucking master smithing. Fucking lock in. Buy shit on the auction house and level up. It's not that hard. We need you for the raid. Lock the fuck in. Sestris, former hand of the Anak. You need something? I fear I have no new insights to offer. Okay, well, fucking be useless. I hope you had to collect every single sword and be very high cohesion to get the best Giga Broken weapon. Well, that's why I skipped back to right before I sent in the weapon, in case that is the case. So that's Ivala's Pillar. I think we talked to everyone in the base now. The only thing left is... the otherworldly base and the teleporters. I suppose we have goddesses directly with us now, so our divine investigations will take different forms. Then can we remove the lanterns? I don't need to see it anymore. You had an investment. You had nothing. And you are just pointing me where we could already go. And Ulrissa is not chilling here for once, so we're good. At this point, when I enter the otherworldly base, my first thought was, you know where the parasite Ivala fragment, the little girl, was in the corner? I was expecting the Chaos Girl to just stand there. Lilith to just stand there. Vibe. That would have been a baller review. Or a reveal. Review. It seems that Eustran's future isn't secure yet. We cannot ignore what goes on above us. Cool. Don't care. Never cared. Is she... The green-haired dwarf lady isn't part of our harem, is she? She's kind of baited being a harem member for a while. I feel like the plotline has been moving... Hard to get work here, but dwarf's short. Funny. Memorial feels empty, makes sense since we fucking moved her. She was in this corner here, right? No, not right now. No, she was in the far left tunnel. All the way over here. And she still is. Don't forget I'm up. Don't forget me, Hilsara. We're almost done here. Then I want to spend some time with you. Okay, so if something happens, we gotta get Hilsara to her. The dwarves are short, so it's funny. I'm sensing a modicum of sarcasm, Kirby. But your social credit number, your social credit score is acceptably high. So I'll take you for your word. I do enjoy researching here, but sometimes I miss old-fashioned orgies. I don't think the dwarves are... Oh yeah, right. She moved in here. So that's Eustrin. What happens if I summon her? Is it just for sex? And what urgent need requires the Queen of Ganelon, BDSM. Come on. Come now. If you're going to call me here, it had better be for reasons other than statecraft. I can set my mages to preparing for another such conflict, but magical energies like these... Hello? Hello, many of the agnostic crew got offers to visit Ganelon and check out their fleet. Are you poaching my men? Are you trying to steal my lifeblood? Are we done with our quest? We're not, right? Oh, we are. I went to check, Kirby. Why are you so mean today? Is it because I gave you free reign to be mean? Is that why you're mean? Do I need to revoke the access? Okay, well, so that means... I don't know if we have a harem member I haven't checked in on that, like, is likely to have a quest. Because, like... I guess maybe in the Orgasmic Empire, if we have access there. I think it's time to go explore outside. I think we're done here. Okay, let's pick something. Let's go to the new regions. I'm curious. Simon, there's an additional, though minor, way that I can help you. I don't know if the Renfnor Wilds contain anything that will greatly help you, but I can provide a solid teleportation route. Where exactly in the wilds? Are you familiar with the place called the Last Outpost? No, but it sounds like a endgame area. Have you taken Uya's and Wynn's quests? They haven't offered them in my base. So no. I assume I need to go to where they are, where Uya is in Serantia and Wynn is in New Javini. Small community in the middle of several unexplored regions. Yes, if you need to explore anywhere in the wilds, that is the place to start. Yeah, you should. Cool, thank you. Is there any other quests aside from those two? I'll show you the list in a second. I understand you also want access to Philon, but I fear that I can do little to assist you there. But if we did want to enter without breaking down barriers or harming anyone, we need to find someone else whose magical access wouldn't have been revoked. Do we know someone from Philon? Was the Lust Lord's white-haired girl from Philon? And he poached her? No. Oh. I would suspect that we begin in the Orgasmic Empire. Perhaps you know someone. The embassy. The embassy. Embassad. Awesome. Sick, we love that. They're the worst offenders? Makes sense. But active quest right now is Altina, Riala, Kum, Yara, Sarai, Karina, Miguel, Iris, Aka. And the only one we've done is Janine. Janine and Dari. Wait, what? Why are those? Oh well, I guess I fucked this up. Oh well, who cares? Or maybe it just is white. But that's unsatisfying. You gotta change the color even if it's, you know, technically a different way to do it. Fairholm, no. Let's go to Serantia. Actually, let's check out Wynn's house if she's chilling there instead of New Dubini. Yeah, I failed that quest. It's GG. I don't see her here, so she's probably not gonna be here. She'd probably be in Yundavini. Never mind! Simon, I want... but not now. Fuck does that mean? Wynn, lock the fuck in and tell me what you mean. Communicate. Girl. You gotta fucking communicate with me. You can't be doing this fucking... Oh, I wanna fuck you so bad, but no, I shan't. My sister got me a job here. Can you believe they actually listen when I asked them to hire more staff? It's great. Yeah. You think you're so hot here. Yeah, we're gonna go to the tomb. Or you... No, I mean... Okay, I guess maybe, yeah. You mean the... yeah, I guess. She just wasn't there, so I was like, probably not. She's usually New Javini, so that's where I'm assuming she is, but I guess I'll check the tomb as well. You put idealistic children in charge, and this is where it gets you. Yeah, old man. The future is now. Go kill yourself. You'd think the new Unionist Party being in charge wouldn't change my job, but they're so friendly to me. No more requests for you. I promise. Serantia can never repay all you've given us. Hurts to admit, but we couldn't defend Serantia fully enough. Our progress will be set back by all the repairs. It is what it is. We tried our best. We sent in fucking... what's it called? We sent in... the succubi. No, the demon rather, not the succubi. It's fine. Can you, Kirby, can you, stop trying to tempt fate? The issue is that, like, this is gonna sound fucked up, but when you write in chat and, like, denigrate my performance and, generally act oppositional to me, it kind of feels like a chihuahua. Feel me? It's either like a hamster being mad or like a chihuahua being mad. So I have a really hard time taking it seriously. So it's like kind of fine that you're shit talking me the entire time. It just kind of doesn't super get to me right now. Simon, I have a matter to discuss that would require the nest's resources. What is it, Uye? Since the moment when you were taken from us, I have fought deeply on what I could do to prevent such things. Unfortunately, I have no great magical power or social connections. I cannot tip the scales in such a great battle, just like I am worthless and never picked in a regular battle. Uye, do not fear. I have a conclusion of my own. The one thing I have to offer is myself. I can fight at these highest levels, and I wish to do so better. Unfortunate. You gotta save the shit talk for a different stream. He already banned someone today. Exactly. Then you have something in mind? I learned several martial arts in the Divine Claw, and though I have increased my strength, I do not believe I have fundamentally improved my practice. I also wish that I could divorce these arts from their origins. They deserve to be shared, not hoarded. Fortunately, I believe these goals can work together. I wish to deepen my understanding while sharing it. Seems like you have a clear plan. What's involved? For a start, we need to find the scrolls of techniques. The Divine Claw may have withheld some arts from me. I don't believe it. I can't believe the Divine Claw would do something like that. The Divine Claw, the most holy, upright organization. Second, I would like to explore certain tombs that are said to hold ancient secrets of Serantian combat styles, like the one Wendy has, or Wynn has of Wendy's corpse. Third, this is where my plan grows weak. I wish to school others in these arts, both novices and experienced fighters who could test me. That sounds reasonable. Let's start with the scrolls. Good, they should be held within the palace, in the chambers where the twins once resided. Interesting. The ones that faked Antiala, but they did it for a good cause, okay? They believed they were in the right, so is it really so bad? Also, they didn't do it. It was the king that faked Antiala. Hello, Sarai. I need some fucking... I'm real tilted. Why is there a... Oh, was that the explanation spot? Oh my god. Simon, lock in! I need the swearing sailor experience. Where is Win? I guess not. Was that a letter in the corner? Oh, I can't get to it anyway. Things have gotten so much better since Helvana started sending us support. Well, then they were just a tool for a very bad government. Congratulations. No. You see, they had to do it because otherwise the new Unionist Party would win. And like, anything is fair as long as the new Unionist Party doesn't win. I didn't intend to, but I've sort of begun a life here. Cute. Damn it. It was our time to shine and we fell short. Oh, I thought you blocked the door, like, systematically, but no, you were just... Gosh, there's so much to do cleaning up after the mess. If only the three nations had been united, we might have been able to prevent more damage in Udivini. Okay, can we stop with these fucking dialogues? I wanted a perfect playthrough game. You're making it seem like I fucked up, and I would like to state that I have never fucked up in this game, and I won't start now. So you need to lock in and not say these things to make me feel bad. You are guilt-tripping me, and this game is fucking evil enough already. Alright, Simon, I want to talk about the future. Sure. Yes, if the battle goes poorly, we could lose everything. I'm doing what I can to prepare for the fundamental conflicts. But I figure we need to spend some energy on the normal world too, right? We couldn't have made it this far if we focused on hard power alone. I entirely agree. You have something in mind? I'm working on something, yeah. Maybe it's not the sort of soft power that will win us a tower war, but I think it'll make for a better world. I've been thinking about the tests to enter the academy. They're very good at finding promising mages, but only according to certain criteria. You think the tests are inaccurate? 1 second. There we go. Not inaccurate per se. They measure what they're intended to. How well a young mage has grasped the basic concepts of mana and spellcraft. But that's a measurement of knowledge, not potential. Oh no. We've already discussed politics today. I don't know if I can handle a IQ discussion. And before you say IQ is not political, yes it is. Idiots can memorize some tables or get fancy tutors to help them through it, then spread their idiot magic everywhere. Those with advantages will always use them to acquire unearned benefits, though. I'm not sure that that can be stopped. I'm more concerned about the opposite. What about the talented kid who could pick up all the basics in a snap, but has been too poor and overworked to have a chance to learn? Who was the most based guy that said that? Somehow more concerned. It is from Stephen J. Gold, who said, I am somehow less interested in the weight and convolutions of Einstein's brain than in the near certainty that people of equal talent have lived and died in cotton fields and sweatshops. Which he wrote in The Panda's Femme, more reflections in natural history. That is a banger quote. And one I don't agree with, you gotta lock in and get a fucking side hustle so that you can control your destiny. Lock in and make some fucking money. There's a whole arc, how you can just get expensive enchantments on items. In the game, or did I have that narrative arc? Because, like, I believe that I said some shit like that, but that was yesterday me, and he's a fucking dumbass, so, like... Can you really trust what yesterday... Okay, it was in the game. Well, the game is poorly written, so sometimes you get inconsistencies like these that you just have to, like, look aside. Like, we already had, like, a billion plot holes. This is just another one of them. At this point, I don't even notice them anymore. But has been too poor and overworked to have a chance to learn. Did you know the wheel has only ever been invented once? I didn't know that. Thank you, Munch. I know we can't change society overnight, but I can create a better test, one that can accurately rate everyone's intelligence. I'd genuinely, like, dropping the jokes for a little bit, I'd genuinely be impressed if you somehow bring in the eugenics implications of this, and why an objective intelligence test would very quickly be used by bad actors. Which is not like a disqualifying sentiment, but it's like the wet dream of eugenicists everywhere. To have a completely objective, like, measure of intelligence that you can use on people of various demographics and all that stuff. I would be impressed if you draw a parallel to that question. Destiny from birth is like a thing, apparently. Yeah. But it's different for us to know that and for us to administer a test that essentially gives the exact same knowledge to everyone else. I'm not sure intelligence is that simple, but you could probably come up with a test that measured certain basic aptitudes. That might be an interesting intellectual exercise, but what do you intend to actually do with it? He closes his eyes, ready to reprimand her for once again wanting to kill 90% of the unintelligent majority because they're not interesting enough. And you have to say, "Oh, Win, you can't just engage in eugenics and genocide because it's cute. You gotta chill, bitch, you know, like... Girl boss all you want, but not quite to this degree. I figure, once we test enough, we divide everyone into quartiles. The lowest one will be the moronic dregs of society." I do like that they haven't, like... they've done this with some characters, where they start out really like morally dubious, but then they become like extreme goody two-shoes by the end of the game, or like where we're at now. I do like that they haven't done that with Win, and that Win holds her fucking eugenics beliefs like proudly still. Then we execute all of them. Society instantly gets smarter, and the next generation will be smarter yet. Win, that's... You're fucking with me. Fuck. They got me too. Here I am crediting the game, and they got me too with the fucking joke. Your face was priceless. Yes, I was joking. Fuck, they got me. What I want is to catch the people who fall through the cracks, those who would flourish if they had a chance. I figure that all those people will become natural resources, so the program would eventually pay for itself in a societal sense. What's not said here is that you won't catch all the people that wouldn't flourish if they had a chance. Instead, you will let them like decay by the sidelines as the moronic dregs of society that they are. I see what you're saying. You just aren't saying it out loud anymore. You have to keep it hidden deep inside you. Because you know that Simon's watching. But once this game is over, you have all the time in the world to slowly push your agenda. You have a divine shard, after all. You can let this farce continue while Simon is in charge, but eventually he'll be too senile, too stupid, or have your ear. Or rather, you have his ear for so long that the snake tongue serenades his brain. And then true eugenics can descend upon the world. And politics as a concept can end. That's all well and good, but I want to go back a step. You knew I'd never approve your extermination plan, but would you advocate for it if you thought you could? Holy shit, I'm so surprised that the game would ask that question. Genuinely, like, insanely impressed that they would do that here. Or a less extreme policy, such as forcing magical sterilization on part of the population. It's the correct thing to ask. I'm genuinely, insanely impressed that he would ask that. Honestly, no. I don't think that would get the results I want. I mean, I've known lots of smart people with idiot children, and lots of smart people seem to come from unremarkable lines. I think any test I develop might approximate intelligence, but never perfectly. The risk of missing some essential component and breeding it out of the population is too high. I'm against eugenics for the wrong reasons. Is her character arc. And I'm down for it. Like, essentially, if these complications and problems weren't there, you know what? There's only one thing to say in a situation like this, and it's based. I'm glad to hear that statistics stand between you and genocide. That's basically what I was getting at, yeah. But all that aside, you agree, right? I just want to create the most fair test possible. I agree that there are admirable goals here, but what will you actually require? Data. Lots and lots of data. First, I need information from organizations that already employ some testing. Magic academies are a good start. Can we just say that isn't Win like the single best argument for Ginasta to use? For Simon being just like everyone else? Shouldn't we have banned Win at this point? It's unnecessary evil. Sometimes you have to vote for the 99% Hitler in order to... Second, I'll make up some tests. That's the fun part. Third, I need groups of people to take the tests. That's where a control of nations comes in. I'm open to working on it, but this sounds like a long and potentially involved process. Don't worry too much about it. I'll put together a little book to keep track of the data. Received Win's notebook. Alright, let's do this. Okay, question. Is there any other Hera member quest that I should get as well? I also see the floating text thing on the other side now, but is there another Hera member I should go talk to? Somehow this sounds less like eugenics than Karina's quest. Hilarious point. You should progress Urias a bit. Makes sense. Thank you. Let's reconvene back here once we have some data. I'll write down in my journal once we're ready. The Javini make a lot of big claims about rediscovering ancient secrets from first principles, but they put in a lot of work. In other words, checking against their tests is a good place to start. I still have connections here I can ask. Chat, do you know the history of the IQ test? Just a interesting aside. Did you know that the IQ test was initially at the very start devised to find people with such a low intelligence quota or quotation? Is it quota? I forget how. No, I forget the pronunciation. Is it quotation? To so that they're ineligible for the army. It was a like military thing. I believe the guy who made it is a Frenchman. I read about this in school, and the idea was to test for like for children that are, well, their terms, not mine, retarded, which was what I used back then. They were trying to test for retarded children. Not the gifted part was kind of like a byproduct. It was mostly like a way to solve or what's it called? Like filter through the army applicants to get the actual useful ones. And yeah, retarded was the official medical term used at the time. But then it became a term of used to hurt other people, and you know, that's how language evolves. Happy now? It's a great start. Once we create a test, I want to run it by new Javini students. They may be stubborn about that. It's very reassuring to learn that our party is against like eugenic theory for the right reasons, which is statistics. Wait, didn't they say Cyrantian Palace? Oh yeah, they're probably gonna with the Divine Claw. Can you help us eradicate all traces of the fucklord's attacks on Cyrantia? I should have done that earlier. They explained it to you, right? If you want to fund the slum renovations, let me know. I'm guaranteed to. With a Miguel's thought like that, I feel like I would be the villain if I don't pull the trigger on this investment. So I'm going to invest in that. That's like the closest to a guarantee we've got so far. Here it is. This drawer is thoroughly protected by magical seals. I love that I apparently picked the correct drawer on the first one. A clear departure from when I spent like 30 minutes trying to find a bookshelf I walked past like 17 times in the tower. Beyond my meager ability, sadly. Not so complex compared to the magic we've been doing lately. 1 second. No further traps or residue. Were these scrolls what you wanted? Yes, these are the official scrolls. Now, the arts of the Divine Claw can be spread widely, but I would like to do more. What do you mean by more? We need to not just copy these techniques, but deepen them. I would like to recover ancient Cyrantian techniques. Not future ones that are better. We always strive to become half as good as the really, really old ones. Because we were all better way before. We can never improve. Oh. Pet peeve of mine. Ancient civilization is always better. Simon, could you use your influence to get us to one of the ancient ruins? No need, I have you covered. Ah, Wynn, I did not realize you were here. I don't always come along, but I heard you were engaging my interest in Cyrantia. I was more interested in magic, but I know the ancient archive you mean. Then can we go at once? We could, but let's set something up back at the wagon. That way you can come and go if this takes a long time. A good thought. Let us return. Do you want me to do the ruins as the next thing? I imagine that we need to get the martial arts from the ruins, and then you explore the world to spread them, which makes perfect sense. So yeah. With that said, It feels really bad to say this, but I'm developing... It's 2 monsters, fuck it. I thought we were dealing with a real... I thought we were dealing with a real dungeon. I'm so sorry. I jump scared you. I was like, I don't know if I can handle a dungeon right now, but I can handle like a fucking... Bro, what are we talking about? So I thought these were the same ones as the ones in the Megale castle, so I was like ready to absolutely get owned damage-wise by these, but apparently they ain't shit. Can't I just jump the gap on the back? Like, Simon, be fucking for real. Just walk behind the statue, and then jump the small thing there. It can't be that hard. This chest should contain the ancient scrolls. The magic appears strong, so I hope they're intact. But there's a magical lock as well. I hope it'll not be difficult to... Unlocked it. That was rather fast. Let me see. There's been some damage over time. I'm so insanely poisoned by gaming that, like, I couldn't read damage over time, as in, like, it has accrued damage over the duration it's been inside here. I had to read it like I'm saying, oh, I deal damage over time. Like, it just, like, the cadence got set because it's a stock phrase that I use so constantly in gaming. That, like, oh, no, I deal... It does 500 damage over time. Like, the cadence was, like, instantly reset out of my control. And the text is even more ancient than the Serantian I know. This is useful, but... I suppose I'd hoped for more. This was all rather easy. But will the scrolls give you the insight you wanted? Some, if I'm able to decipher them. Robin, would it be possible to enter the tower and try to uncover even more ancient scrolls? It's certainly possible to try, but I can't guarantee it would work. Then, can we? Everyone? Certainly. I'll work to transfer. This is the tower layer of the ruin, as deep as I could get. It's the first time we're using the coolest space background available to us in this version of RPG Maker. Why we haven't used it earlier, I don't know. Why we didn't save it for the epic final conclusion, I also don't know. It's used here, on a side quest. Everything appears to be in better condition. Let us explore. So this is the one that's gonna fuck me up, right? Oh, it's... the enemies we fought ages and ages ago. It's no sweat off our back. It's easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Now, let's see what the tower has to offer. These are gibberish, like the false books we've otherwise seen. That may be all we can find, unless... I really like if it turns out that there aren't any really good techniques from all that way back, and it turns out that you have to invent something better. No, we made the shift as well as we could. I'm sorry, accessing the tower can't accomplish everything. Perhaps the connection is too weak. Might another place offer greater secrets? Oh yeah, I'm sorry to say, I think you have to understand that Serantia was never a superpower on the scale of everyone else, unfortunately. You haven't really had the resources to develop the military might that you are expecting to find in these ancient coffers. If even an ancient ruin containing bound artifacts isn't enough, then I fear the information is lost. The tower is useful for accessing power, but information tends to be vulnerable to disorder, and the tower is even less protected against that. No matter, we will return and discover what we can from the original scrolls. Aurelius, I wondered if I might request your assistance. I'll help if I can, but I'm no expert on ancient Sarantian texts. I've studied this dialect, so the translation is no trouble. It is the text itself that vexes me. You see these characters? They're all clear after the restoration spell, but they appear to be doubled up. These lines are martial arts techniques, opaque but comprehensible, but the text atop them baffles me. It's like that World War II thing where someone... Or no, it's not World War II. What was it? It was code that was sent as a recipe, like a waffles recipe or whatever, that had like details on how many people were being put in the I was gonna say gulags, but that's not correct. It's in the camps, but I forget what the full term for it is. But yeah, put in the camps. And they just put it on like a recipe and leaked it, and then it was decoded by the Allies, I believe. It appears to be a list of ordinary materials. I cannot make head nor tails of them, and I confess to my complete failure. Oh no, it is literally a recipe list. It's a palimpsest, okay. You learn a new thing every day. I found a Swedish article for it before I found the English one. Oh. Oh. That's cool. It's reusing the same raw material. Like you would wash, because like the parchment you used has you can clean off the ink of it. Not perfectly, and you are damaging it permanently, but you can remove stuff and put stuff on top a couple of times before it becomes too brittle to write on. A what? The list of materials was written first, but parchment was valuable in ancient times, so the parchment was reused. They scraped off the ink and wrote the martial arts text. A restoration spells restored both, hence the confusion. Classic palimpsest. Oh, I had not heard of such a thing. So I've sought meaning in randomness. I am ashamed to have wasted your time. Whoa, go easy on yourself. Let me bully you. Don't bully yourself. Like, I get off on it. You don't. Are you really going to excoriate yourself for not knowing a fact? There's no reason you should have known that. I've read excoriate before, but I want a refresher. Ha! Reference to... it's a reference to the palimpsest, because you damage or remove part of the surface of the skin. But it also works as a double meaning because you criticize someone severely. That is a really good joke. It works on both layers. There's no reason you should have known that. I suppose that is true. In the Divine Claw, we were condemned for lacking sufficient knowledge. I can imagine how much of a psychotic or psychic burden that would lay on someone. It's the opposite of the spirit of scholarship. Well, cut that shit out. You're free from them now, and you shouldn't hold yourself to stupid standards. Thank you, Aurelius. That is strangely encouraging. I do feel quite silly for waiting so long to ask you. In not wanting to look foolish, I became a fool. Happy to help. We all have to pool our knowledge, right? And I was intimidated by you. You are so smart and biting, while I am a mere buffoon. Brother, miss, sis, yeah, sis, you learned a new language in like a fucking week. And speak it, you've learned like 2 new languages. You speak it better than we do. Cut that out too, you're not an idiot. But I often feel very ignorant. Ignorant is not idiotic, 2 different things. Not on the same axis. Earlier you used a word, escort. I did not know the word, I only understood by context. That in itself is a sign of intelligence. The only foolish thing you've done is insult yourself for lacking knowledge. Believe me, there are plenty of native speakers who can't understand everything, or anything, even though they understand every word. That is the wit I feared would turn on me. Let's decipher some of these texts. Keep up if you can. That's really sweet. Does it make sense if you shift all the accent marks like so? It does. The tones are different. But I should speak this dialect of ancient Sarantian perfectly. Why would it be different? You were taught the ancient grammatical forms, but the Divine Claw couldn't control the language shift entirely. Vowels... I can pronounce this. Vowel. Fuck. There's always one word. It just spawns in the back. Every day you wake up and there's just one word at random that you can't say. And it's RNG if you, like, stumble upon it or not. And I've, like, stumbled onto mine today. Vowel. I've never had a problem saying this word in my life, but in the interest of moving on, I will move on. Sounds often change over time, and this is exasperated by the tonal elements. I see. I believe I can read all of this now. But I must ask, was I truly not a burden? I feel ill-equipped as a scholar. You were a delight to work with, Uye. Everyone has limits to their knowledge, so there's no sense in condemning yourself for those boundaries. It's the idiots who think they're smart and don't listen to anyone who annoy me. I'm glad for your encouragement. Please be patient with me as I escape my upbringing. Unironically, this is kind of how I feel at work, because, like, the easiest to communicate technician at my workplace got promoted into a chief position. Like, he's the boss of the department, and he has a what's it called? It's not an educationalist. It's pedagogue, I think. Pedagog in Swedish, but it's like similar in English. Like he studied how to communicate and like communicate concepts clearly, etc. Teach people. So he's really fucking easy to talk to and ask questions to. And sometimes I'll like feel like I'm rapid firing questions just because he's so easy to talk to. And I'm like, I feel like, one, I should know these things. Two, maybe I would be better to Google it, but it's just so easy when you're so good at teaching it in the minimal time. But I also hope you don't hate that I do it. I would hope that you respect me enough that you would tell me if you want me to cut it off. Like that's the level we're at. I hope that he respects me enough that if I am annoying him or distracting him too much, that he would say, I can't do this right now, or like I would prefer if you looked it up instead of asking me. So I hope that he has that level of respect for me. But despite having that assumption, it is still like when you ask someone quote unquote stupid questions like 4 times, you're like, I am the ignoramus, the fool of the fools. Truth be told, I've avoided you because I felt ill-equipped to interact with you. What? How can that be? You clearly needed gentleness and affection to escape your conditioning. I'm terrible at those things. Well, you have been helpful nonetheless. We should talk ancient texts again. I don't know about the martial arts, but I'd love to investigate Serantian religious texts. Yes, we will do so. So, it is now time to seek recruits and try to spread these disciplines I have restored. We can help you share them with everyone, of course. Thank you, but it is not so simple. If I seek out the heights of skill, only a few will be able to follow. But if I make these arts accessible to all, it'll be more difficult to improve my own. I assume at least some degree of balance is possible. Yes, of course. I will do my utmost to excel in all ways. However, there will inevitably be decisions, and they begin with the fundamental martial arts I will attempt to teach. What are the likeliest outcomes, or practical outcomes? The better my sparring partners, the more powerful skills I will be able to personally develop. However, more accessible martial arts would be more beneficial to others, potentially including others in the harem. Okay, so I don't give a fuck about you, so we're gonna fully do the weaker ones so everyone gets them. The quality of the arts themselves is hard to pin down, regardless of my sparring partners, but should provide personal enrichment. So the question now is how rigorous you want the base program to be. The thing is, I feel like every character is useful on their own already. I don't think there's a character... Like, I could see the spellcasters getting, like, a physical attack. That would be really dope. But you have such an insane toolbox in this game. Like, I hate that I use the term, but it's like toolboxing for the extra deck in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, you can just fucking do everything. And when viewed that way, I don't need a weak generalist move on every character. I would rather you became a better part of the toolbox that I can switch to on demand. So really, I should do skillful. Here's how I would evaluate my efforts to improve my martial arts. Makes sense. Now, let us explore the world. I wish to announce what I offer, so notice boards and other such places are key. If you ever wish to know my current feelings on our work, I will write them in the scroll. Received Uye's scroll. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Quest complete. JK, JK. I think I'm going to end the stream here. And unfortunately, I don't really have much to say about the game, because all we did was pick up a couple quests. But I think the dialogue between Uye and Aurelius is really sweet. I think they have a lot of untapped potential as a pairing. They bounce off each other in a pretty cool way. I'm kind of sad that we haven't seen more from them earlier in the game. I feel like Uye hasn't really had anyone to bounce off of. She's been a very nothing character in a lot of ways. So I hope that toward the end here they can have some cool personal moments maybe. We'll see. But yeah, I'm getting kind of tired, so I will end it here. And I plan to stream tomorrow. I've booked so that I can go out traveling on Thursday and Friday, and even Saturday. I'll probably be back on Sunday for another stream. And then I work on Monday, but I don't work my fucked hours. I work technically 9 to 5, but I'm gonna do some days from home. So I'll probably do more streams next week than I have in a while, because I can stream even on the days where I work. So ideally we blitz through like a whole bunch of streams next week. I'd love to do like 7 streams, that'd be awesome. 7's too many. I'd love to do like 5 streams, that'd be awesome. But yeah, that's where I'm at right now. I'm tired. I'ma jump off. It's been a good time. I love the political discussion earlier. If you want to bait me into talking like that, you just know I'm very easily baited. And use that power responsibly. That knowledge responsibly. Don't derail it too often. But sometimes it's nice to indulge. So yeah. Bye, nerds.